I declare open this public hearing of the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in relation to its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening to the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the subcommittee. I now welcome the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Dr Anna Cody, from the Australian Human Rights Commission to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Thanks very much, Chair. My name's Anna Cody and I'm the Sex Discrimination Commissioner with the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the Committee. I'm from South Australia. Perhaps I'll go to my right, Dean.
Senator Dean Smith from Western Australia.
Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt, also in South Australia.
Shane Newman, federal member for Blair, Labor MP from South East Queensland and Ipswich.
And I believe we have Senator Lisa Darmanin on the line as well. Lisa, can you hear us? We've just heard some beeps. Are you online? Anyway, we'll proceed, but if you're online, Lisa, let us know if you need to ask any questions. I now invite you, Dr Cody, to make an opening statement if you wish to, and then we'll proceed into a discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and I also acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're on, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. Pay my respects to elders past and present, and also to any of you who are First Nations people. I wanted to make some comments about general principles and then speak a little bit more specifically about some of the work that I'm engaged in as a Sex Discrimination Commissioner. So in terms of general principles and what the connection is between gender equality, economic security and national security, we know that increasing disparities in income distribution and discontent about that can drive national insecurity. And we know also that gender equality is an area which enables men and women to contribute equally. Gender equality leads to more stable nation states and ones where we gain the full benefit of all people's contributions to society. There's been a series of studies around women's economic performance and contribution. The Women's Economic Equality Task Force, WEAT, studies through the Jobs and Skills Australia, as well as the Working for Women strategy, which have all identified the importance of economic equality for women, but more broadly for society. We also know the role of domestic violence, stopping overwhelmingly experienced by women, perpetrated by men, and it stops women from working, from being able to be economically secure in our society. It also holds back economic growth. Another area in terms of how gender equality contributes, and our contribution as Australia contributes to international security and national security in relation to that, is our role as part of the multilateral system, particularly seen through our participation in the United Nations mechanisms, both the Commission on the Status of Women, but also all the various treaty monitoring committees and the General Universal Periodic Review. We are an active and engaged participant of the multilateral system. We have been a significant contributor, in my experience, particularly at the Commission on the Status of Women, and next year we'll be at the review of Australia by the Committee for the ensuring the compliance with the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. We've seen predictable and steady progress through the multilateral system, through foreign policy and through Australia's negotiating stance and participation in those mechanisms. This overarchingly also strengthens international cooperation and ensures that there is less likely to be international insecurity. I now wanted to turn to some of the specific projects that I'm engaged in through my work at the Australian Human Rights Commission. The first I would talk about is the defence collaboration. So we have an ongoing relationship, have since 2014, a relationship with the Department of Defence, but also with the Defence Forces. And in that, the aim of it is to ensure gender equality, to enable culture change, to ensure that the Respect at Work recommendations are implemented through Defence, and that we participate in their work towards preventing sexual violence. There are currently projects around serving women's health, as well as addressing the gender pay gap. And this contributes to national security. We know that it also contributes to the capability and the effectiveness of the Defence Force. We know that through achieving gender equality, and we can see the participation rates having increased substantially over the last 10 years, that it reduces that highly masculinised and competitive environment, reduces the unhealthy power dynamics, and makes for less effective defence forces when there is gender inequality. This leads to less capability. We know that sometimes, and we have seen through prosecution of war crimes, that it can also lead to less cohesive team units where there is a widespread use of workplace sexual harassment. So we need to also make sure that how that relates to how our forces are deployed in other countries. So we can see how gender equality has a direct relationship between both our national security but also international security. The other areas of work that we've engaged in have been around Respect at Work, which is a landmark report reporting on the incidence of workplace sexual harassment in Australia, recognising that 1 in 3 people, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 5 people across Australia have experienced workplace sexual harassment. And we know that this is therefore a significant issue, needing deep change to how we operate within our legal system, but also within our employment agencies, institutions and government. It has a particular impact on women and has also reduced workforce participation, therefore economic security for women in particular, but for families and for the Australian community more broadly. Finally, I'll talk about another project which is around pregnancy and family responsibilities discrimination, which we're currently engaged in, and looking at the more rigid gender roles which limit the participation of all people, but particularly men and women, in their sharing of parenting responsibilities. So we are currently examining what needs to change to ensure that women and men have equal access to that caring responsibility, which opens up the possibilities for men and women and people of all genders. So those are my opening remarks, and really interested to have a conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. I'll kick off with a question. Can you tell me a little bit more about the work you're doing with the International Gender Equality Strategy and the Women's Peace and Security Agenda? Or can you tell us a little bit about the kind of work that is taking place through both of those forums, and what is your observation of how successful that work has been to date?
The relationship or the work that I would do is probably at that international level, so through the Commission on the Status of Women, and then I would anticipate that it will come up also in the review of Australia by the CEDAW Committee. And particularly my work would be through the Gender Equality Ambassador, Michelle O'Byrne, so my work with her and supporting her in her work across the globe. In terms of direct work with the Women, Peace and Security Forum, I've not had direct connection with them. It would be more an indirect relationship, both through the ambassador and then also through my participation in those multilateral engagements.
Is it your understanding that other countries are actually focused on both of those areas, whether it's the International Gender Equality Strategy or the WPS agenda, or were there resolutions that were put up through the UN and, you know, countries perhaps take some interest, but I'm just trying to get my head around just about how committed are other countries to both of those agendas?
I think it really varies. Certainly, I've just been at a conference for the last week Women Deliver conference down in Melbourne, and there was a really strong participation from the Asia Pacific region.
Right.
I would say that Pacific nations have a strong commitment to women, peace and security, that there's a real attempt to address gender inequality and recognising how that contributes to insecurity within their countries. So Fiji, Vanuatu, Tonga, Solomon Islands, all Kiribati, all strong contributors within those areas. So I would get that from both my informal relationship with them, but also in some bilateral meetings that I have held with them. There is also, I met with the Minister for Women from Cambodia during last week, and there's a real commitment to gender equality. Seen as a counter movement, there is a strong anti-gender equality movement that we're seeing also on the rise, and an anti-human rights agenda, so gender equality being framed within that context. So I think it really varies across nations. We have seen at the Commission on the Status of Women strong negotiating strategies by the Mountains Group, which is a block of countries, including Iceland and some of the Nordic countries, as well as European nations. So in terms of the gender equality more broadly, yes, a strong commitment. The peace and security, certainly seeing those connections, and very much a connection drawn between climate change, economic security and gender inequality, recognising the disproportionate impact that climate change and the changes that are being brought through that are having on women and girls.
Thank you. Just this last final question, and thanks for that, because we heard a bit about that yesterday in the hearing in Melbourne. You referred in your own comments that there's, in more recent times, a bit of pushback starting to occur as well. Is that mainly from the Western world, if I could sort of categorise it that way?
I guess it depends on what is the Western world. So no, I don't know what we would say the Western world is. So in terms of the pushback that we saw at Commission on the Status of Women from the United States primarily, from Argentina, from Saudi Arabia,
right,
from Egypt, so however we class those.
Okay, thank you. Dean.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your participation today. I'm interested to understand at a regional level, if we're looking to identify which nation states had demonstrated strong and constructive progress, what are they in terms of where Australia has made a contribution? Where are they? What is it about Australia's contribution that has given it that success? And what might be some of the preconditions that are necessary in order for Australia's participation around gender equality programs to have the most impact?
And I would draw from my previous answer around the nations in the Pacific. I haven't had a lot of contact with Asian countries in Southeast Asia other than those nations in the Pacific. Although I was, the meeting that I had last week with the minister from Cambodia, I was struck by the commitment that she demonstrated and was reporting of her government to gender equality and a broad framing of gender equality, recognising poorer women, but also LGBTQI+ community within Cambodia. So certainly a more progressive understanding of gender equality. We have strong relationships, I know, both bilaterally. We also, DFAT funds the Australian Human Rights Commission. We work with our counterpart in Cambodia and also in Vietnam. So I think some of those relationships where we strengthen some of the human rights understandings and enforcement are really strong. So in terms of the investment, we have certainly seen in the last few years a shifting and focus on the Pacific as well as Asia. I think that those pay off in terms of us being seen as a reliable ally within our region, that we have turned to see ourselves as part of the Asia Pacific region, that rather than only looking to Europe or to the US as our partners and allies. So I think it's the bilateral relationships at a high level, government to government, so through our Minister, Penny Wong, as well as our Ambassador for Gender Equality, but also the support that we provide to them, both economically, so for economic development, but that has that gender lens, so recognises where there are agricultural supports, how does that impact particularly on women farmers, or how does that actually impact on ensuring that women are contributing to climate change initiatives. So I know that we have an active aid program in that relationship, but also in trade. So I think trade and development assistance, but also that has a very strong and well-defined gender lens within it, and recognising the full range of women, so those who are poorer, those single heads of family, those are the sorts of things that I see making a difference. Our long-standing relationship with Papua New Guinea, that is obviously, while there continue to be challenges, there is definitely a recognition both within our NGO sector as well as in our government sector of the contribution that Australia makes within the region.
Would you agree that the fragility of gender issues is more pronounced in the Pacific than in broader Asia?
Not necessarily. I think we know that in the Pacific they have a very serious domestic and family violence issue, and so we have contributed significantly in that area. What we need to do is ensure that we can measure the impact that we're having, and I think that there has been a shift in our aid program to ensure the monitoring and evaluation of the measures that we're taking, and that's really important. Both domestically in Australia, what impact are we having in our gender equality measures, both here and also internationally? So fragile in that perhaps some of their democracies, that the poverty levels are more exaggerated or seen more blatantly in countries in the Pacific, and that would then connect to them being more vulnerable to climate change as well.
Do legal changes inform culture, or does culture inform legal change?
It's a symbiotic relationship. It's not one or the other. The two go together. So we know that when legal...
But they don't go together at an equal pace necessarily, though.
Well, I think culture change is broader. It has other elements other than legal change, but we certainly see that where there is cultural change, that laws will also change, but that sometimes laws can, and an understanding around them. So I don't think it's just law on its own, but rather an educative program that is implemented at the same time as laws are changed, the two together then drive that cultural change. And there have been some really great projects looking at particularly laws around sexual violence, around domestic and family violence, which have enabled people to have some of those conversations within families.
Are there examples where there are male-dominated structures and where males have actually led the cultural or legal change about improvement in regards to attitudes to women's participation in the economy or women's participation in politics?
I'm not aware of them, but all of those countries are not, the majority of their parliamentarians would be men, and so in that way the men are participating and actively, I don't know whether you would say they are leading, but they're certainly strongly supporting because the laws are being passed and there is change.
One more, if I might, Chair. When we think about human rights frameworks, we understand them in a country like Australia, and what are the points of, what are the reasons that people might give for resisting the adoption or the implementation of human rights frameworks as we know them in the Pacific region or in sort of broader Asia?
In the past, not so much the Pacific, but in Asian countries, there have been narratives that it's a external Western conceptualisation of how people experience themselves and their lives. There's also critiques of that, saying that it does spring from inherent ideas of dignity, respect and equality that exist in all cultures. So there's both the critique and then the pushback against that critique. The other would be in the relationship between religious understandings and human rights, and some people would have a more limited understanding of how the two can cohabit and be complementary rather than in conflict. So sometimes that will come up as an issue within particular countries, say perhaps some of the Muslim countries that would come up. But then there's also, again, there's the counter strong Muslim scholars who'd say no, the two are complementary. But those are certainly discussions that occur within.
So it's not right to categorise the Pacific region as being hesitant about adopting human rights frameworks.
No, and they perhaps are further along than we are in that they have human rights acts and charters that we don't have at a federal level.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Claire,
Thanks.
hand over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Cody. I have two questions. The first one relates to what's happening inside Australia's own borders. I'm interested to hear how we've had any progress with respect to the positive duty under the Sex Discrimination Act. Was it hard to get buy-in from employers? Has the Human Rights Commission had to, undertake a lot of compliance enforcement? Is that working, that positive duty on PCBUs?
I am a very strong supporter of the positive duty. I think it is a groundbreaking and monumental change that we have seen in dealing with workplace sexual harassment, sex discrimination and hostile work environments on the basis of sex. We have a small unit within the Australian Human Rights Commission that is actively enforcing the positive duty. It's not sufficiently resourced. It only has 10 people within it, and it is both an educative and a compliance function that we have. In my role as Sex Discrimination Commissioner, I have been strongly supported across business, across institutions, government, universities, of the role of the positive duty. And clearly we have recognised there's been a growing understanding that the burden on individuals to bring complaints is way too heavy, and therefore the need for a positive duty. So because we have been talking about workplace sexual harassment for many years and seen that there are almost no cases that go through to courts and a very low reporting rate, 18% of issues are reported, that there was a need for a change. So employers also recognise the economic benefits of having everyone being able to participate fully and recognising the impact on retention if people are leaving their workplace because of experiences of workplace sexual harassment. I work closely with champions of change, with the chief executive women who have close relationships with employers, and I've spoken at hundreds of events around positive duty, and there is a really strong buy-in from employers around how important it is to implement it and to be able to ensure that their workplaces are as economically secure and effective as they possibly can be. The area where I think there is an issue is small business and moving up to middle-sized business. Because of the resourcing, we have obviously particular resources that are aimed at those small businesses, but the level of ability to pick up and implement is more challenging for small businesses. And so that's definitely an area that we need to focus on and are going to be focusing on the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask my second question. I think it'll be quite a broad question, so I'm happy for you to give your answer on notice, just to give others an opportunity to ask questions. And again, just within Australia's borders, not necessarily in the Indo-Pacific or wider Asian region, we are seeing a bit of a backlash against gender equality, women's rights. I read the newspaper quite widely, and silly me, I read the comments. I should stop doing that. But there's this general sense that Me Too has gone too far, and that women in Australia should really be happy with their lot. And I read one comment that suggested we should just stop with everything because we're not in Afghanistan, and lucky us being women born in Australia. So respecting the fact that women's rights and gender equality in this country is significantly further advanced than other countries in our region and around the world. Do you think that what are your observations on this current backlash against gender equality, and how is that influencing the state of play for Australian women? And I ask, just to give context, because Australia is a leader in the Indo-Pacific region, and we should be. We've got the resources. It's the right thing to do. But I feel like if we can't get things, working in our own country, it's harder to lead. It's harder to project out into the Indo-Pacific. So I'm happy for that to be on notice, if that's easier.
I'm happy to venture a response.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I think you're right. I think there is a backlash, and I think that's driven. It's a concerted campaign. It's not just happened, sprung up, and I think that the social media has a role within that. There is definitely, you're probably aware of the Gender Compass research, which demonstrates that 30% of the population thinks that 50% of the population believes that we've already achieved gender equality and we don't need to do anything further. So that is deeply concerning, because we can see from the rates of, gender pay gap, domestic family violence, that we haven't achieved gender equality in Australia. But it is a perception, and so therefore we need to grapple with that. And I think it's partly around making connections for people, explaining concepts and grounding it. I think if we abstract it into gender equality, people don't get that. So we have to talk about your sister, your mother, your brother, your son. What opportunities do they have? What subjects do they study at school? So I think it's partly about how we talk about it. And I also think that people assume that gender equality only benefits women. And what we need to be really clear on is that it doesn't just benefit women. It benefits our entire society, but it benefits men as much as it benefits women, because of the constriction of those gender roles and the limited possibilities that men are able to enjoy, as well as women being able to enjoy.
And Dakota, that 50% would also include women.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. So I think there is definitely how we talk about it, how we explain it, that needs to improve. And so, as you would have perhaps you noticed when I was talking about pregnancy and family responsibilities, that's about in opening up possibilities and opportunities for men who want to be active fathers, who want to be active parents, who want to be able to take parental leave as much as women also want to take parental leave. So there is definitely, it's a messaging piece, but I think it's also trying to talk about enabling people to have those conversations in a grounded way, but also using facts. So using, who is it who's experiencing domestic and family violence? Who is it who's experiencing sexual violence in our community? And being able to refer to what are facts. And then it's also looking at social media. So it's not just, we know that young men are seeking information about health, about wealth creation. You've probably seen the Louis Theroux piece around the manosphere, but thinking about how do we meet with those needs that young men have, and also the increasing mental health needs that are present in our society. So it is taking a broader, wider lens on dealing with why are those messages being sought, and why are they attractive to people. But I also think we need to be, I have 2 young teenage children, and I'm also very conscious of what images and values they have, and we all have access to young people and their views, and there's a cause for hope, so I wouldn't become too alarmist around it either.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Shane?
In the interest of time, I've got just one question. In terms of reference, talk about international and national security implications of undermining gender equality. And it's not just all about wars and warlike situations, it's also about humanitarian crises, food insecurity, natural disasters. I'm interested in the impact of climate change, particularly amongst our neighbours. So I'm interested if you've done any work in that space or had any consultation with other countries and other equivalents in that space.
Not directly, no I haven't, but absolutely the humanitarian disasters and then the natural disasters which are increasing in our region are absolutely having a more severe impact on women and girls, because they come from a lower position of access to resources, housing, all of those things that are water, food, are significant. But it's not, my remit is very much Australia and gender equality within Australia, but it would be more informally through those relationships.
Have you looked in Australia? I mean, we're, don't want to quote Dorothy McKellar, but, I can think of, where I live, during the time I've been a federal MP, we've had 3 massive floods during my lifetime, 4.
Yeah.
And the impact on women adversely and children as a result of those floods. So we can think of the fires. There's not a part of Australia, usually at some stage it's not under bushfires or floods or cyclones, and poor North Queensland and Northern Territory have just copped it enormously. Have you done any work or research in that space internally about that issue?
So the Australian Human Rights Commission, we have released a report on the impact of climate change and the increasing prevalence of disasters, such exactly as you were saying, bushfires, floods, drought, and the impact that has on people's livelihood and also their access to economic security, and then how that can have an impact on social cohesion also. So definitely it also leads to a spike in domestic and family violence when we look at when people having to be housed in centres when they've been pushed out of their housing, more emergency temporary crisis housing, and then the way that impacts on domestic and family violence also. So we have done some work within the Human Rights Commission. I was a little bit involved with that, bringing in that gender focus and that gender lens within it.
I don't want to be a bit bold, but I reckon there's a lot of work to be done there.
Yeah.
Because dealing with organisations like the Domestic Violence Action Centre, which is the biggest in southeast Queensland centre outside of Brisbane, deals with Ipswich, Toowoomba and all the rural areas around, they tell me this extraordinary spike during floods and bushfires. So I'm just interested in work that you could do in that space and the linkages. I think that's very, very important domestically.
Absolutely. No, you're right.
Can I follow up a question, the line of questioning that Ms. Cladham had in regards to the Me Too movement, manosphere, etc. Is this, I don't know if the right word is phenomena, but is this phenomena also being witnessed in Pacific Island nations, for example? And if so, does it have any particular Pacific Islander sort of characteristics or trends that might sort of be slightly different from the Australian experience?
I don't think that I know those countries well enough to be able to really give a good answer to that. My hunch, my guess would be yes, they are experiencing it, but and that would play out through resources being allocated to gender equality initiatives, but that they aren't quite as I mean, social media plays out across the world in all countries, but that they wouldn't be perhaps quite so sensitive to it as we currently are. But I don't feel like that's a well researched or evidenced answer.
But sensitive in the to the extent that we've got a higher level of awareness of the consequences. So there might be a naivety attached to it in other places.
And we do have more developed gender equality mechanisms, so there's more to push back against in Australia, whereas in, we have Workplace Gender Equality Agency. My role,
we've got institutional frameworks.
Yeah, we've got institutional frameworks that can then
yep.
provide a focus for pushback.
Right. Thank you.
I'll go to Senator Lisa Darmanin. Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Just one question from me. You talked earlier on in response to one of your questions from Senator Smith about the need to be able to measure the impact that we're having. And I just was interested in your view on how you think we can strengthen this in terms of what we are currently measuring and what we can measure in the context of the terms of reference of this inquiry, and also, I guess, thinking structurally across government, because there are a range of obviously different departments involved. I know that's a big question, but just maybe if you could talk a bit about, like what are the benefits of measuring the impact and how we could step that up.
Is that domestically or internationally or both?
Well, both. I mean, I guess you talk about the experience that you have, and certainly I think domestically for us in the context of how we engage in the women, peace and security agenda, both internally and, impacts on other parts of the world.
So it's important to measure it, to actually evaluate and measure so that we know what works. Otherwise, we just keep repeating what we think might work, but it doesn't necessarily work. So, for example, men's behaviour change programs, it would be, we think that there are a range of ways in which they reduce the likelihood of domestic and family violence, and there is some research around that Anne Rose are involved in. But it's important that when we're expanding that pool of funding or that approach to dealing with men's violence, that we know what is effective in order to replicate it or do it differently. And so that is about not just the immediate, did you find it helpful type of survey immediately after, but actually looking at long-term change within families and within a particular community. So it is a really important piece of any intervention that we might make. What difference does it make longer term? And that there is a focus, certainly when we had that spike in homicides, domestic and family violence homicides in 2024, of looking at working with perpetrators or men who use violence and what would work in that way. And in the same way, when we look at measuring gender pay gap data, what is it? We can see that there is a shift in the gender pay gap that is reducing across different agencies, but what is it that makes for a faster reduction? And there are important agencies like the Centre for Gender Equality at University of Sydney with Professor Ray Cooper, as well as Professor Michelle Ryan at Jewel Gender Institute of Women's Leadership in ANU, who are doing this research about what actually works, what's driving the change. And it is really important that we continue to do that. The other piece, and maybe this is just the impact of what are the impacts, and it's partly a continuation of an answer to your question, Senator Smith, around how are we seeing that pushback or the impact of the change across the Pacific, is the reduction in funding for aid generally. That's what we've heard about repeatedly how that has then had a very retrograde impact on women and gender equality initiatives. Overall, there's been a reduction in because of the partly led by the United States, but also across multilaterally, across the UK, Germany, other countries as well have reduced their international assistance and focused it in other areas, but that has specifically impacted when we can see HIV/AIDS, the increase in that has specific impacts. We know that women and girls are most impacted by HIV/AIDS, reduction in funding, access to abortion and reproductive health services. Those are the services that when we're talking about reduction in aid, that's what gets reduced. And so that has a direct impact on women and girls and gender equality. Sorry, I think that was more an answer to you than...
Lisa, does that answer your question?
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. I know that Claire's got another question. Shane, did you? Yeah, okay. Claire.
Thanks, Chair. Just on that American theme, how has the policies of the current US administration with respect to DEI, if at all, filtered down into Australia? When Trump, got his second term and he started, slashing programs and making kind of provocative comments about the DEI movement, as it were, did that have an impact on organisations here in Australia? And do you agree that America is still, the dictator of culture, as it were, for the Western world? And if they take a certain step, then it kind of has this ripple effect across, the rest of Western countries.
It definitely has a ripple effect across other countries, and not just Western countries. I think across the world it is a very powerful nation, and what it does and espouses definitely impacts in a concrete way in Australia, because we have an economy that is tied to the United States. We have countries that operate across borders, so their policies, their websites, the way in which they talk about the work that they're doing, even though we can say that we are bound by Australian law and therefore we have to implement, for example, positive duty or measure gender pay gap, or all of the things that companies have to do, as well as universities. There are, we know that universities were hit with reduction in funding if there was anything around particular language, gender equality. There was a questionnaire that came out to particular universities that impacted on what was available in terms of research funding and curriculum. Then we also know with companies who may have had particular approaches to diversity, equality and inclusion, who had to change the way they talked about it because they had connections or branches or were head office in the United States. But it also it definitely has a really strong chilling effect on the rest of companies and institutions. Also defence. We have strong, close relationships, various partnerships with the United States and relationships. And so the way in which who wants to go, who wants to participate in postings, who can participate as well. We have trans people within our defence forces. They no longer have that in the US. So how that impacts on our defence forces is direct. So it definitely has had a large impact.
Thank you. Thanks, Kate.
Dr. Cody, thank you for that. Is there any other closing comment you wish to make before we wrap up?
No, I don't have any further comments to make, but thank you for your interest and commitment.
Well, once again, thank you for appearing before the subcommittee today. I'm not sure if you've been asked to provide any additional information, but if you have, can you provide that by the 3rd of June 2026? And please note that responses to any additional information that you provide will be published on the website as a submission to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a transcript of your evidence to the committee today, and if you feel you need to make any changes to that, then again, please contact the Secretariat. With that, I thank you once again for your submission and for appearing before us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I now welcome representatives from the Centre for International Security Studies, University of Sydney, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Thank you. My name is Professor Laura Shepherd. I'm a Professor of International Relations in the School of Social and Political Sciences at the University of Sydney, where I also convene the Gender and Security stream within the Centre for International Security Studies.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the Committee, and I'll go to Claire next and then to Dean, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. My name's Claire Clutterham. I'm the Federal Member for Sturt, which is in Adelaide, South Australia.
Nice to meet you.
And my name's Dean Smith. I'm a senator from Western Australia.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair in South East Queensland around Ipswich.
And we've got Senator Lisa Darmanin on the line as well. Lisa, can you hear us?
Yeah, can do. Senator Darmanin from Victoria.
Thank you. Dr. Shepherd, I invite you to make an opening statement if you wish to do so, and then we'll go into a discussion.
Thank you, I will. Thank you for your time this morning. Thank you for the invitation to appear. Most of my research focuses on the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which, as you know, is an international normative framework designed to ensure the participation of women in peace and security governance, the protection of women's rights and the prevention of violence, including conflict-related sexual violence in conflict and conflict-affected settings. Gender equality is a national security imperative because durable peace is correlated with women's participation in peacemaking and peace building. I would draw the committee's attention to a 2018 study by Jana Kraus, Werner Kraus and Pia Brandfors containing statistical analysis that shows a robust positive relationship between 6 peace agreements signed by female delegates and the durability of these agreements over time. These 6 peace agreements were further subjected to qualitative analysis, which shows that these agreements contain, on average, a greater number of peace provisions, provisions with political reforms and the means to promote ceasefire, and have a higher implementation rate compared to the rest of the peace processes in the study. Previous research had found that the inclusion of provisions of significant political reform into peace agreements and their implementation are strong predictors of peace durability. The authors argue that it is the influence of women's civil society groups on female signatories that lead to the inclusion and implementation of positive peace provisions, which speaks to the significance of ensuring civil society participation and the empowerment of women's civil society organisations, in particular, to improve gender equality outcomes in conflict-affected settings. One of the most valuable and impactful means of contributing to the creation of just and peaceful societies is by supporting and amplifying the efforts of women's civil society organisations, both domestically and internationally across the region. There is an extensive literature on the significance of women's civil society in the creation and maintenance of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and the involvement of the women's civil society organisations is one of the key indicators of a high-impact national action plan where such plans exist. The history of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda is a history of civil society activism devoted to upholding women's rights in conflict and conflict-affected settings, to realising women's empowerment and meaningful participation in peace and security governance, and ultimately to transforming the relations of the international system to nurture peace through effective and inclusive conflict prevention. In my research on this subject a few years ago, my co-authors and I concluded that the care labour of civil society is a condition of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda's success. Without these efforts of civil society, there would be no agenda, and without the continued labour and care of these organisations, the agenda could not be realised. But the supply of this labour is not inexhaustible, and continued practices of care have a cost. Realising the agenda requires a proper accounting of care and commitment, a thorough evaluation of the resources demanded to support the ongoing reproduction of the agenda, not just in dollar amounts for national budgets, but in time, energy, and emotional labour invested by civil society organisations. Just as feminist political economists have taught us to identify and acknowledge the dynamics of social reproduction, without which formal economic activity would not be possible, it is long past the time that the undervalued and under-resourced efforts of civil society receive the recognition and investment they so deserve, as these efforts are indeed critical to the realisation of Australia's national security priorities. Thank you.
Dr. Shepherd, thank you. And I'm going to follow up a question that I asked our previous witness, and that is to do with the WPS agenda. Firstly, why was the focus on Australia, Sweden and the UK? Was there a particular reason for that? But more importantly, my question is, how well is the work not only being received, but the results of the work? Is there some positive signs with respect to changes being made?
Under the auspices of the agenda generally?
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's...
And can you give us some examples?
Yeah, of course. I would be happy to give examples. So under the auspices of the agenda, we have seen numerous gender equality initiatives funded by UN Women and multilaterally and bilaterally as well as individual aid programs, including many that Australia contributes to. The WPS agenda has allowed us to study rigorously the impact of women's peace-building activities and to account for the extent to which involvement of women in these peace-building activities makes a material difference to the durability and sustainability of peace in those conflict-affected settings. The agenda is also engaged in ensuring accountability for survivors of sexual violence, for example, and there have been many groundbreaking initiatives at the International Criminal Court where we have seen the impunity for sexual violence in conflict be eroded and those involved in the perpetration of such offences brought to justice. We have also seen, under the auspices of the agenda more broadly, a movement by many states, including Australia and Canada most prominently, to champion the inclusion of women in formal peace-making and peace negotiations. So those are some examples of activities that I would say fall under the broad remit of the WPS agenda. Obviously now we're in a situation where we have 2/3 of UN member states with an active national action plan guiding their domestic and foreign policy around gender equality initiatives. So normatively, I think the agenda has been a significant success. We exist currently in a global situation of backlash against women's rights and the erosion of those protections, and I could hear the previous witness discussing those in her remarks, which does put the progress made under the agenda under some threat. But I do think that that is also represents an opportunity for Australia to show the kind of leadership associated with the agenda for which we have become known in international relations.
Thank you. Dean, I'll go to you next.
Thank you very much for your evidence. Could you just give us an understanding of how you conduct your research?
My research? Absolutely. So I'm currently working on 2 projects. I'm looking at the integration of WPS provisions and principles across United Nations Security Council resolutions since the adoption of the foundational resolution. So that involves documentary analysis and also elite interviews with Security Council member states at the time of making particular prominent decisions, I suppose, to include and mainstream WPS provisions. So my work is broadly qualitative. I use interviews and documentary analysis. Another project that I'm looking at the moment is aiming to connect gender experts across different spheres of practice, because we have a situation where there is very high levels and concentrations of gender expertise, for example, in the legal sphere, looking at legal redress for survivors of violence, and then very high concentration of economic expertise in the economic and development space, and women involved in peacemaking and peace building are expected to have a degree of kind of political capital and political training, but it's very rare for those gender experts to have the resources to talk to each other and to engage in a kind of holistic way in the conflict affected setting where the women live. So one of my projects at the moment is attempting to engage a kind of community of practice around gender expertise in conflict settings in order to ensure a kind of holistic view on the issues. But again, qualitative, mostly using interviews, focus groups, and documentary analysis.
You use the expression labour and care.
Yes.
Excuse my ignorance, but I wasn't quite sure what that meant or what it captures. So perhaps you could just expand on that phrase to give me an understanding.
Yeah, certainly. So this was a project actually that I undertook several years ago with co-authors Caitlin Hamilton and Anu Munker. And it was a project that surprised us all. We didn't actually end up investigating the thing we thought we were going to investigate. Our intention was to talk to civil society organisations across the world regarding their engagement with WPS and the extent to which they receive funding from their governments or from other sources. So we were trying to undertake a sort of political economy of the infrastructure of WPS in civil society. Funding was so very limited that what we ended up talking to these women about, and it was almost exclusively women, was the extent of labour that they contributed voluntarily, essentially, because they cared so deeply about the agenda and they were so committed to realising the potential of the agenda in their particular local contexts.
So in the Australian context, we might use the word volunteerism, where you have chosen to use the word labour. Is that...
Yes, potentially.
Broadly?
I mean, I would see it still as a form of labour. Volunteering, I think, is a form of labour. It's labour that's given freely for the betterment of community. But I think the core underlying commitment that came through from the interviews that we did with dozens of civil society organisations worldwide was this deep care for the agenda and a deep abiding sense of commitment and willingness to go beyond the extra, you know, to take video conference calls at midnight and to fly on their own dime to places where they could connect with other people working on the agenda.
Actually, as you make that description, a number of images of female friends that I have who are actively involved in various causes throughout the region come to mind, so I can understand that. When you talk, in your introductory remarks, you talked about political reform as an element of peace. I'll use the word treaty, but it's not the word that you used. Political reforms. What are the structural features that what are the political structural features or practices that promote and concrete, if you like, better female appreciation in political decision-making post-conflict?
So here I would draw on the vast body of research from feminist political science that tells us some of the most impactful mechanisms of political reform in a post-conflict setting are the introduction of quotas, either on a temporary or a more permanent basis, because it is through achieving a critical mass of women in leadership positions in political institutions that we can begin to see cultural change. It's very unlikely that having one or two women in marginalised positions, that their representation is going to achieve anything near the kind of potential that they could achieve if there was a critical mass of women working in unison to achieve better outcomes on gender equality initiatives. So quotas would be the primary mechanism that I think we've seen in use in post-conflict settings that have enabled women to integrate into political institutions in the first instance, and then through that integration begin to affect kind of cultural reform. And obviously there's a kind of mutuality to it. It's not necessarily that the women's are the sole change agents in this situation, right? We have cultural reform being kind of a very gradual and iterative process, but the inclusion of quotas as a mechanism for institutional reform has demonstrated the ability of women to integrate into those formal political institutions, and then for the institutional cultures there to change, to create better capacity for gender equality initiatives.
As you've been explaining that point, the other image that comes to my mind is Aung San Suu Kyi, for example, who is a person of great influence in the Myanmar context, but has secured her position in the absence of a quota mechanism. How would you respond to that observation?
I think it is usually the case that we are dealing in generalities when we talk about political change. Research tends to look at many examples over time and then derive what are the commonalities of these situations. That doesn't disallow or preclude the possibility of a very charismatic, influential leader emerging. And I think that that's what we would see in that case.
Do you have any observations about which structural features better promote and secure not just female participation, but a greater appreciation of the, gender influence-driven violence? So, to previous questions, I've asked, what are their observations about compulsory versus voluntary voting, multi-member constituencies versus single-member constituencies, unicameral parliamentary structures as opposed to bicameral parliamentary structures, federal structures as opposed to unitary structures. Do you have any observations on that?
That is outside my area of expertise. So
it's very honest of you. Most would just most would just venture in.
I'm loath to do that because I know my limits. But I will say that a system where there is a clear channel of communication from grassroots political organising through to central or federalised government, I think is a scenario where we can see the amplification of women's voices. For me, a political institutional structure that has the possibility of capturing the work that women are doing, which is often very low level, local level in their communities, that is able to tap into that expertise and that breadth of knowledge, those are the kinds of institutions that will enable the sorts of gender equality outcomes I think we would hope to see.
So from that explanation, am I right to assume that political models that seek to diffuse political power as opposed to centralise political power might generally be more conducive to amplifying the effectiveness and the voices of more localised structures and decision making?
That would be my opinion, but I want to be very clear that that is not based on research that I have done. So that is not an evidence-based
That would be my opinion as well, which is not based on research. But thank you
That's
very much.
honest of you.
Thank you.
Claire.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Shepherd. At the beginning of your remarks, you talked about the durability of peace agreements and how durability is influenced by the involvement of women. I think you mentioned peace agreements signed by women delegates had a much better chance of lasting holding, as it were. Why is that? What is in these peace agreements and what leads to that outcome? And I guess what do women do differently at the negotiating table compared to, to men who are so often, the negotiators when it comes to dealing with conflict?
That's such an interesting question, and frankly, the research does not have a consensus on this question. The study that I cited is one of the only robust replicable studies that has been done that shows a very positive correlation between the involvement of women in peace agreements and the durability and kind of positive nature of the peace. it is hypothesized in the kind of limited research basis that we have for this, that because women have to work so hard to be included and to have their skills and expertise recognized, they are often more careful about representing the concerns of other women in their communities, and they are often more concerned with broader questions about structural stability and durability of peace and the conditions that would lead to the durability of peace, rather than immediate post-conflict gains. So without the research basis on this, I hesitate to kind of give a conclusive opinion, but certainly the literature seems to suggest that when women are able to access these spaces, they bring with them the wisdom and expertise of the women that they've worked with all their lives in their peace work in their communities, and they are concerned with long-term peace. And I think, if we look at the situation, for example, in Liberia, and even in Sudan, years ago, where we had the involvement of women's civil society organisations, and they were able to gain access to mediators and those involved in negotiation. They were able to create a vision for a lasting peace that was grounded in the needs of their communities, given that that was sort of where they had come from.
And is there any opportunity, do you think, not necessarily through your school, or the Centre of International Security Studies, to research that further? Because I think that's a really, there may only be one study, but it's quite telling, I think, and there's many threads to be pulled.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And I actually have a paper coming out in International Affairs this month that talks about some of the problems with the existing evidence base and calls directly for the need for additional research in this area. We have to know what are the mechanisms that are driving this positive correlation between women's involvement in peace agreements and positive sustainable peace, and at the moment we do not have that evidence base. So yes, I think that it is an area that is ripe for future research, and yes, I think colleagues that have access to these data sets that have been built regarding women's involvement in peace agreements and peacemaking, we have a lot of data, but what we haven't necessarily done yet as a kind of community of practice is sift through the data and see what are the mechanisms that are driving the outcomes that we want to see. So I do think it's an area that, there would be a very positive impact in investing.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is just about peace building activities. You also mentioned during your opening remarks about women's peace building activities. What does that mean? And are there men's peace building activities? Is this a distinction without a difference? Could you just delve into that a little bit?
Absolutely. So this is where a lot of my research has been focused, more on the peace building than the peacemaking side of things. And the reason that I have focused on women's peace building efforts is because a lot of the peace building activities that I would classify as peace building activities are small scale local community programs that are largely led by women. There are, of course, small-scale community programs led by men, and oftentimes the kinds of youth inclusion programs that we see have male leadership, which can be very, very positive in terms of creating good gender equality outcomes. But women's peace work that tends to be sort of within neighbourhoods or communes where they are working across potentially kind of different ethnic divides, or working within communities to ensure that fragile peace agreements hold at the very local level, that people that have been involved in conflict can be rehabilitated and reintegrated into the community. A lot of that work is still led by and undertaken by women. But I take the point that, peace building activities is quite vague. One of the interesting things that I discovered in a recent comparative study looking at Nepal, Colombia, and the north of Ireland was that the kinds of activities that these women's organisations were involved in were incredibly diverse. And this is why women's peace work finds it very difficult to find sustainable funding, because sometimes women's peace work looks like booking a town hall so that people from both sides of the border in Ireland can come together. Women's peace work doesn't always involve kind of complex negotiations under kind of formal settings and so on. It can be very locally based, and it can be very small scale and low key, and it is nonetheless the kind of work that peace depends on.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. Thanks.
Of course.
Thanks, Claire. Lisa, are you still on the line? And if so, do you have any questions?
Yes, I've got a couple of questions. Thank you. Just following on from Ms. Clatterham there, can I just clarify, because in terms of the future research discussion that was happening around peace agreements, my question was, and I'm not sure if this is subject of the future research that you're talking about, but what are the structures in place that have enabled the representation of women in peace agreement negotiations that you identified in your research? So if that question makes sense, it's really like, practically what were the elements in those examples in community leadership, political leadership? What was it that enabled them to participate?
Thank you. That is a very interesting question, and the honest answer is in a lot of cases we don't know. The issue of women's participation in peacemaking processes is a very vexed question. Famously, in the 2015 global study on the implementation of the Resolution 1325, there was a discussion of how, in some cases, the inclusion and participation of women in peacemaking amounted to, and I quote, bring a warm body to the table, just to fill the space for a woman without necessarily attending to her qualifications or the agenda that she was seeking to address. And I think that there have been some positive changes since then regarding the assistance offered to women accessing diplomacy and peace negotiations. But in terms of structures that support women's participation, we don't know for sure, because we don't know the mechanisms that allow women to participate in peace negotiations on a grand scale, because we have so few empirical examples of that. One thing that I would say in the work that I've done with women's civil society in Afghanistan is that personal safety is a primary consideration for a lot of women's human rights defenders and a lot of women's civil society organisers in conflict-affected settings. Without an effective personal safety environment, obviously we can't expect women to participate in political institutions, formal or informal. And I remember one of the women's activists that I spoke to over many years in Afghanistan saying that, sometimes the kind of help you need is to provide a bus to bring a woman from a remote village to a capital city where the discussion is happening. So there are all kinds of structural and infrastructural needs that exist in conflict-affected settings, but I don't have a comprehensive answer for you because the empirical number of women involved in peace negotiations is so very small at the present time.
Thank you. Are you able to, noting what you've just said about the limitations, are you able to draw any inferences, I guess, around commonalities around political participation of women? And that can be, I guess, both formal and informal.
My hunch would be that the necessary preconditions for effective political participation travel through to the peacemaking context. So we need women who are educated, we need women who are protected and safe in their societies, we need women who are economically independent, we need women who are alive, who have access to healthcare. You know, there are kinds of many structural conditions that gender equality, broader gender equality initiatives feed into the ability of women to participate effectively in the peacemaking context. So in that sense, I think there are definitely commonalities. I know that there's a colleague at Rutgers University who has done a large-scale program about political violence against women, female politicians in particular. It's called Not the Cost, and she talks about the extent to which female politicians are subjected to much greater levels of violence and the impact that this has on women's participation in political institutions in so-called peacetime. And so I do anticipate that we would expect to see those dynamics at play in a conflict-affected setting also.
Thank you. And just to move to the research around the Women Peace agenda and counterterrorism and violent extremism, I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about what your research showed in terms of the dynamics between counterterrorism, violent extremism and gender.
Yes. This is a complex area. As mentioned, I did a study looking at the integration of counterterrorism and countering violent extremism into the WPS agenda in Australia, Sweden and the UK. And I also did some work on sort of dynamics of prevention. So rather than counterterrorism and countering violent extremism, the kind of preventing violent extremism side of the coin. And really that's where I found the most synergy between women's peace building work, because preventing violent extremism looks at essentially sustaining long-term cultural change, which women's peace-building efforts often are aligned with, in terms of reducing forms of extremism within society more broadly, not just violent forms of extremism, but extremist political views, including misogynistic views. And we can see a link between sort of misogyny, frankly, and the treatment of women and the kind of increased risk of violence against women, not only in conflict-affected settings, but also in developed countries such as Australia, where we look at the rising sort of white supremacist movements that are also deeply and profoundly misogynistic and have extremist views around gender stratification and gender discrimination. So I think that there is very much a link between gender equality initiatives and the sorts of drivers of cultural change that increase gender equality or reduce gender disparity, and the erosion of extremist views and the kind of subtle shifts that are necessary to sustain a kind of improved culture around political institutions and beliefs about who and should be participating in politics and society more broadly.
That notion of long-term cultural change has come up from various witnesses and in the discussion during this inquiry. What kind of recommendations would you have to us in terms of some key things that we could do to improve our efforts around long-term cultural change, around, this question of our own national security, and both domestically and as we look to our broader region and engagement with the rest of the world?
That's a big question. I think
Yeah,
in
just
terms,
a couple of highlights.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I think in terms of regionally and also domestically, frankly, I would look to the civil society organisations that are doing a lot of this work around cultural change already, and learn from what the kinds of initiatives that they are implementing in their communities to erode, like I said, kind of misogynistic views or other forms of extremist views. I mean, my views on this generally are still quite aligned with the views expressed by the Secretary General in his 2015 action plan on preventing violent extremism, which talks about the need for economic opportunities, the need for strong, vibrant third spaces for communities to come together and kind of strong societal and community bonds, and the need for sort of respect and dignity afforded to all individuals. And those longer term sort of cultural changes can be facilitated, fostered and nurtured by kind of direct interventions where they are supporting those kinds of programs that are already happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And maybe just finally, how would we measure success in this area? Like we've talked, I've asked a few questions across a few witnesses about data, and what do we not measure at this point that you think we should measure?
Prevention is a really hard thing to measure because you're measuring the absence of a crisis or the absence of an attack, the absence of a child dropping out and turning to extremist views online, the absence of bad things happening is something that's very hard to measure. But I do think that we can measure attitudes, and there are obviously robust ways to do that in the social sciences. So we can measure attitudinal shifts, and we can measure the opportunities afforded to individuals as a result of the programs that we support both domestically and across the region. So I think, I'm not talking about counting the number of people who attend a training program. I'm talking about then what happens, when those people who have been trained go on to work in institutions. Do they take that learning with them? Are they able to affect change in their communities? Those kinds of longitudinal studies, I think, are things that provide very valuable data for us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Lisa. We're just about out of time because I believe Dr. Shepherd has to finish off very, very shortly. I've just got one very quick and final question. Given all the work that's taken place both here in Australia and probably across the world on gender equality, do you have any examples of where progress appeared to be made and then, in fact, we've actually gone backwards? Or are there any countries where perhaps things are, in fact, you might, if I could use the word, deteriorating rather than improving when it comes to gender equality? And if you want to take it on notice, I'm happy for you.
I'm happy to take that on notice because in preparing a grant application last year, I did a lot of research around backsliding on women's rights globally, but I don't have the exact data to hand off the top of my head, so I would be happy to provide a short comment on that in response because it's in my laptop.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, once again, thank you for appearing before the committee today. We're very grateful. Given that I've just asked a question, if you can provide the additional information by the 3rd of June, that would be appreciated, and that response will be published on the website as a submission to the inquiry. And you'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. And again, if you feel you need to make any adjustments to that, contact the Secretariat.
I will.
With that, thank you, and I now suspend this hearing until about 10:45. nearly 10:45. The subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from Chief Executive Women to give evidence today. I apologise. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Women's Health Alliance to give evidence today. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. Well, there's only Ms. Kramer here, so you don't need to do that. I now invite you to. Actually, I'll invite members of the committee who are here, but we're still missing two members of the committee. I'm Tony Zappia, the chair of the committee, and I'm from South Australia. Claire?
I'm Claire Clutterham. I'm the member for Sturt, which is also in South Australia.
And we have Lisa. Are you online? No, we don't have Lisa, and we've got Senator Dean Smith, who I think will be joining us, and also we will have Mr. Shane Newman, who will also be joining us in just a moment as well. Now, Ms. Creamer, would you like to introduce yourself and advise in what capacity you appear before the committee?
Good morning. My name's Sandra Creamer. I'm here as the CEO of the Australian Women's Health Alliance.
Okay. I invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to a discussion, if you wish to do that, and then we'll go straight into a discussion. We have your submission.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate the opportunity to come and sit with you today and create a space for the Australian Women's Health Alliance, but also we bring the participations of the most vulnerable women, who are women who have never had a conversation regarding their health or with health workers, but they are the women who have had their children who are removed in this country. So for us, women, peace and security is that one of the pillars for peace and security is participation, and we're bringing the voices of the most vulnerable women who are invisible, who have never had any investment in society when it comes to all the facets of health, and having access to reproductive health and their planning services. And we work under the Sustainable Development, Leave No One Behind. And we know that in this country at the moment, the removal of children in this country is one of the highest, and especially with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women. And this is why we believe that bringing the voices of reproductive rights and the right to contraceptives is now a time for change, and now time to listen to the vulnerable women. So thank you very much.
Ms. Kramer, thank you for that. Your submission focuses a lot on women in remote and rural Australia. Yes. Even in my time in Parliament, there have been a number of different programs over the years that have sought to address some of the inequalities that currently exist. In your view, has there been any real progress made in recent years with respect to inequality and with respect to the support services that are needed by people in rural and particularly remote parts of Australia?
No, I think at the moment that from research and from my understanding is that I think in rural and remote areas, especially out in remote areas where women they are born and then they are only at the hospital when they have their children. So in between, they don't have any access or information to anything regarding health, regarding contraceptives, and as we know, now the high rate of children is removed is even higher. So I think that even though there are programs in place, doesn't necessarily mean women are accessing those programs, especially in remote areas where they don't have access to transport, where they have very limited to health services. If there is a very serious health issue, they're generally transported out by air or mainly by flying doctors. So those services and those programs are not reaching a lot of our communities.
So it's okay. So it's, and I'm just trying to get my head around this because you said they would be transported out by flying doctor service or the like. So are you telling the community there is no services at all in those remote communities?
No, there's no services in regards to contraceptive health and their well-being, and also there's no services there are very limited programs. A lot of the communities, and even in rural areas, they have access, yes, to education, but does not necessarily mean there are a lot of programs being run in communities and rural areas regarding reproductive health and contraceptives information, because women only know what they know. And like I said, a lot of these women are only accessing the health services when their child is born. From my research, there's a high number of women that don't even access antenatal. I've done a research last year where I was involved in Queensland alone, where we spoke to women who had pregnant or who had their children removed, asked them why they weren't accessing, and they said the main reason they don't access it is because they are worried that they are assumed that they are not fit to be a parent, and their child
they're
not fit to be a parent,
Yep.
and their children are removed. That is one of the biggest fears why they don't have antenatal, and they have a large concern about their children being removed.
Okay. Dean, I understand that you've got a meeting at 11. Did you have any questions before we go?
Just before 11:30, actually. So
okay.
I've got some time. We often hear about the health conditions of women in the Pacific and across Asia. How do you regard the comparison between the access to health that women in remote Australia get compared to what we often hear about in regards to the conditions of access to health for women across the Pacific and Asia?
I think one of the things for women across Pacific and Asia is that, is that they have, a lot of them, if there are issues in their family, they have those traditional adoption processes where it's accepted. So here in Australia, we don't have, in the Torres Strait is the only where it is, the family law courts do accept the kupa mayasa, which is the traditional adoption process in the Torres Strait, but Aboriginal people in remote communities, their traditional way of adopting or having their children put with another family member it doesn't happen. But in the Pacific, because of the matriarch system and the acceptance of children being handed to another family, and their custodian, their way of living is generally always accepted. That's in the Pacific. So you find that you don't have that high rate of children putting into a system where they are like put into the system here in Australia, where they're put into family services, then the parents have to try and get them out of those family services. There's a whole lot of processes that they have. It doesn't happen in a lot of those Pacific islands because of the traditional ways of adoption and caring for families still happens over there and is acceptable.
I would argue that one of the key things that distinguishes remoteness in the Australian context is distance. that people have to travel, tremendous distances. So very small population densities. An element of that, of course, is having to travel great distances. I'm very familiar with that across the Pilbara and the Kimberley region of Western Australia. When we think about Pacific Island nations, for example, distance is not such a feature. Of course, remoteness in the context of Papua New Guinea is a different type of remoteness, given the mountainous terrain, etc. What's your observations about the uptake of digital technology as a way of overcoming or sort of reducing the divide in health outcomes for women across remote locations?
Well, going out to some of those real remote homelands, a lot of them still don't have access. It's very hard to get internet on. You've got to either stand in a certain place or stand, and sometimes it's not happening for some of those. So I think when it comes to the new age of using digital or any sort of technology, it's still not up to standard in a lot of those rural and remote communities. I've been out there just recently to myself, and we could not get I could not get any signal on my phone. So it's still a very hard process. And to bring in that sort of information that they need for their health and well-being, it's just not happening at the moment to a lot of those rural and remote communities.
I think you might have been able to listen to the evidence of one of the earlier witnesses who characterised, female participation through the phrase of labour and care.
Yeah.
Referring to what I might characterise as volunteerism, care as a level of commitment. When we think about women's health organisations, what proportion of them are driven by that labour and care characterisation that we heard from one of the previous witnesses, and how much of them, again for want of a better word, might be sort of professional or paid staff in organisations?
I think with that labour and care is that you can have that labour and care, but doesn't necessarily mean you have the skills for that labour and care when you're out in rural and remote areas, and especially when it comes to children and delivery and pregnancy of children. Some women may have that labour and care and want to help, but doesn't necessarily you have the skills.
Fair point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Lisa, are you on the line? No, we haven't got Lisa.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Did you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up where I was looking earlier. In terms of your recommendation around increasing education and social resourcing to reduce hostile sexism, can you just unpack that a little bit more and talk about how you think that could look in some of the things that we might do and recommendations around that? And then second to that, if you've got any reflections on how we measure these things, particularly around cultural change and kind of long-term strategies around how we do this and how we measure it.
Yeah, I might answer the second question first, if that's okay. I think how to measure that cultural change and what you can actually do is, I think one of the most important thing is that understanding different cultures, and one of the most important thing is that for Aboriginal, and I'm talking about Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander women or women of any cultural background, is that understanding culture first. Not making assumptions that, especially for the high rate of children who are being removed, that all Aboriginal women, because, and I'll give you an example, and we just seen people splashing all over the all over the news about the housing, living conditions of what's happened up in Northern Territory, and people are saying, well, you know, who's protecting the children? Why are children living in that area? People have to understand the policies when it comes to those housing conditions and what's actually happening and who's working with them, and where there's got to be more accountability. And we know a lot of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, especially out in remote communities, they're all under, as we used to say, dogged in the deeds of grant in trade, where they're still being under the government housing, and working out in some of those communities where housing is you know, their houses are not being fixed properly. They have to wait. We heard about the case in Santa Teresa, where a single mother had to wait for over 200 days to get sewage and water fixed when it was flooding in her house. We have to look deeply at the policies that are affecting some of the housing conditions and living conditions of these families, and how do we change that? We change it by, you know, culture change can be about breaking that cycle. First things learned are hardest to forget, so breaking that cycle of working in with the families more, working in with supporting the mothers, especially the mothers and the grandmothers, where they can make the serious changes in their housing, and when it comes to family planning and everything, and educating is the most important, is so important. And I'm talking truth to this through lived experience. We have 6 children in care at the moment. 3 of them, though, that's from 3 generations. And how do we do that? We've been educating the mother. This is what you need to do. And we've been educating the grandmother. It's about educating a generational of family lines that have been placed in the system over and over and over again, who feel that they're so oppressed that they don't have a voice, or nobody wants to speak to them, or that they have no power even to make a decision. They're not participating at the table. It's always people who are highly educated, have degrees. No one's speaking to the most vulnerable people, and in their language, to educate them to understand how they can make changes within themselves for reproductive health, for family issues, and its culture is all about language and traditions. That has to be included in all the conversations. Speaking and having interpreters talking to them in their language and helping them to live and bring peace and security. How can people have peace and security in their own home when they're still living under a system where they still feel oppressed after generations to generations? And this is why I brought this to the table. I feel that it's so important at a time now where changes can be made, and how do we bring down the high number of children in care? How do we provide information to these vulnerable women who are only going to the hospital when they're having their child, or not even going to a hospital and having home births or anything, so that we can ensure them okay? We need to, not you have another generation, 4 generations going into having children. We need to help you bring that back by having education, and the safest place for any woman in this country to have information given to them is in a maternity ward, where there's no cohesive control by anybody, where there's a safe space, and where they can actually have a private conversation about their own peace and security and well-being for the future.
Thank you. Wonder if I could just turn now to one of your other recommendations around, basically, it's around funding organisations that have greater than 30% women's representation, if I understand that correctly. I was interested in the rationale for that, but also whether you think, what are the conditions around ensuring that we identify those organisations and support organisations that perhaps aren't at that level, but would make a contribution to enable them to get there in order to satisfy such a funding requirement?
Okay, I think to be able to do that, I think one of the things, there needs to be more accountabilities when it comes to some of these organisations. And it's not about empire building, but who's delivering the service, and not just about ticking the box and saying, okay, we've got 300 participants, we're going out and visiting all these women and talking to them about their healthcare. It's about making sure, okay, what services are wraparound services there are, what education programs you are actually connecting with, what networks are you connecting with when it comes to women's health. Are you and I'm talking about, sometimes you find women of different cultures, maybe Indigenous women, multicultural women, they only just sometimes work within themselves. They may not have that services, but what health care services are they bringing in for the best interest of those women, and what services are being provided? And like I said, there needs to be not empire building in some of these organisations, but it's about making accountability and not just ticking the box, but showing the measurements of women. You can measure this by showing how many women, by the amount of women who are not having continual children after children. That's how you can measure it. You can say, well, you know what, we've stopped a generation of children going back into care. This is what we're going to be. We're making sure there needs to be more accountability. So, first things learnt are hardest to forget from one generation to another. We need to change. And this is now about making change, I don't want to see another generation, 4 generations of kids coming into our care when this is a time now where society, we need to bring that. It's about women, peace and security, bringing that in to the most vulnerable women who don't have any information or conversations with anyone. And like I said, they only know what they know. So it's how, when funding is distributed, not just saying, oh, well, they got the best programs, but how do you make them more accountable when it comes to supporting those women?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Lisa. Claire, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Creamer, for your submissions this morning. I have a few questions. Firstly, do you think that the ARCHO model, so Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisations, is an effective way for government, an effective partnership for government to ensure that proper health services and focus on postnatal maternity services for now are being delivered to remote communities? Is that the best way to do it?
Yep, I think they are. I think, the ARCHOs are doing the best they can, but if you've got somebody in Alice Springs and then you've got someone right out in, the Central Desert area, it's hard to be able to stretch services. I think, those ARCHOs are doing the best they can in the situation that they're in. I think it's not just about ARCHOs that we need to look at. I think you need to look at those children. You need to look at where those kinship care programs are, where, the organisations who are also working with mothers who have had their children removed. So, for example, you've got so when a child is removed, the mother and the family, to bring those kinship cares, they have to have that relationship and seeing the families and everything. But that's also another position where families, those mothers and families, need to be supported as well, because in the ARCHOs, you go to the health centre and the health services and they do what they want. But after that, the main contact is for a lot of these women who are vulnerable when they're doing their kinship care programs. So that's the other organisations that to work and to make sure that those women, through those programs that they then have to get their children back, okay, what is mum doing? We're going to take her, and it's those follow-up programs when they leave the hospitals and they go in. What are those follow-up programs doing to work with the mum as well, to making sure that they're accountable? So it's not just health services, but it's the other services that are working on those programs with the mum.
So I had a look at the Alice Springs Hospital website offering, etc. And it does indicate that the hospital offers postnatal home visits. But my sense is that that doesn't extend to someone who may be living on country 400 kilometres north of Alice Springs Hospital. So it's very geographically limited. And without, I guess, internet connections working, telehealth, whatever, you really are left with your community, and that's it. So how do you deliver that sort of education, as it were, in postnatal care to women who are, living for 500 kilometres without access to technology? I mean, is there a bit of low-hanging fruit that government could, shake?
That's right.
Because it's obviously logistically very challenging, and women don't have the means to be travelling back and forth to Alice Springs Hospital for follow-ups and clinics and what have you. So how do you centralise that?
I think maybe, again, going back to those kinship care programs, when it comes to, so that's where if the mother is out in a remote community, she's coming into Alice Springs maybe every 3 months to connect with the child. It's through those kinship care programs, not the health programs, where those children are placed, and whoever is receiving funding for that. That's where the accountability should be. That's when they can do, when the mum's coming to visit the child, they've got to give wraparound services for the mum, because it's up to the mother and the family to prove that they are providing that peace and security and the best care for the children to bring them home. So rather than mum come in for 3 months later or 6 months later, they're going to see her having another baby, in which we know that will go into care beforehand. That's when those kinship care programs should really be able to step in and step up and make sure that they're having conversations with mothers in their languages, or any sort of information in their languages. And when they come into town, first priority is taking them to our health services, or taking them to any of the ACOs that are there for health services, and saying, look, this is where the conversation has to be in those kinship care programs.
And I've asked this question simply because I don't know the answer. What is the role of men in kinship care and family planning and contraception and antenatal, postnatal care in remote Indigenous communities? Is this seen as an issue for women to deal with, or are women able to partner with men? What's your observation?
I can't give you the answer to all of that, but I know just from experience and having talking to some of these women, I think some of the men will participate, but some don't, because the system that people are placed in, they feel intimidated or anything. But I think, like I said, when it comes to, especially with the men, if they are participating and the men do want to see their children or anything, it's again goes back to supporting that. Honestly, truth be told, we don't have enough programs for men. There's not a lot. It's all about caring now, and I'm all for all the funding that goes out for women, but we have to have some of these programs for the men as well, where it comes to them about speaking about contraceptives, about maybe looking at themselves, addressing some of the issues, and then bringing the mother and father together, because we have the highest rate of children who are living in residential care. Those children they are from 10 years above. They're not living in foster care. They're living in residential care, because the reason is because they want to go back to their family and they know who their mother and father are. And this is where, even in the residential care, where you can do these things, there's such a big gap of everybody sliding through, that where is accountability going to start and be held? There's a lot of funding going out, but we have to start addressing some of these issues and making sure that men are being at the table and participating as well.
I have two more, Chair, if I may. And in terms of the delivery of health service or access to health services following considerable travel from a remote community to, say, Alice Springs or Tennant Creek or Katherine or wherever, how much of a factor is mistrust of government in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people choosing whether to access healthcare?
There's a lot of mistrust, and that mistrust is because of the system. And so if we can make changes and show we're here to work together to ensure that when you come into the health services, we're not going to remove your children, but we're actually going to work with you to keep your family. We're going to break the cycle of this generational, and this is what we're going to do. I think it's about also listening to the people on the grassroots level on what they feel they need and having those different conversations. I've been out to a community where I spoke to the men's group and I spoke to the women's group, and the men spoke about high rate of unemployment, how they don't want to be living like they're living, how they want to make changes, but there's no opportunity. So it's about, okay, how can we work together to make these changes? And that changes is just not for this next round of government, but it's a generational change that has to be put in place.
For sure. So the issues are quite deep. Not only is
That's
it,
right.
in some cases, the lack of services.
That's right.
It's an active choice in some cases to avoid services that may be available because of these
That's right.
very long-standing historical legacy
That's right.
issues.
Yeah.
Okay. And my final question is, can you just paint a picture for us? So if I'm, an 18-year-old woman living in a remote community, how can I access contraception? How can I, have agency over my own reproductive health if I'm living, 400 k's, just to use that example again, north of Alice Springs? Because I know we've, under this government, we've listed many different types of contraceptives on the PBS. And it was a 30-year gap between listings, which is frankly disgraceful, but we got there. But it's a question of access. Once the so it may be more affordable, it might be, $25 or whatever it is. But how do I, if I've even had the education to know that it's available, how do I even get it?
Well, that's exactly right. So you have, like, for example, out in those remote communities, you have, and which is one of the best things, is the Purple House going around making sure that people have dialysis. It's also maybe looking at something like that for women, having a private van coming in to communities and talking about reproductive health and helping other people understand, because we know how successful Purple House is in the van going around and helping with dialysis. It's about putting in something that is accessible, that do go to these communities, and it's about educating and reproductive health but how do you word that in those communities? Because then people may shy away, the communities are so small, but it's about also when, a lot of those, it's talking to the grandmothers first sometimes, because they've been in that system. They understand. So it's about educating some of the grandparents and getting working in with the community. It's going out. Every different community, as we know, speaks a different language, but it's going out and working in and saying, okay, what can be suited? How you look at how the Purple House was successful. How can you build something around similar, but how they can reach? It's not just about contraceptives. You can talk about mental health programs. You can talk about different things, but slide it under the radar when you're talking about reproductive health and contraceptives, which would be more acceptable.
Yeah, and it just needs to be, some types of contraceptives you need to see a health professional every 3 months, every 12 weeks. That's a huge undertaking.
That's right.
When it comes to remote communities.
It is.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Craven, can I just get clear in my mind, what do you mean by residential care? What is residential care?
Residential care is when a child who is, say for example, they're continuing to run away from their foster parent or whoever they're with, so then they're placed in residential care. So that residential care has maybe 4 or 5 children who have ran away but they don't want to be living with a foster care.
Yep.
So then they're placed in residential care with different carers. So they have,
Yep.
and one carer, one for so many hours, and then another carer comes in.
That's what I thought it was. I
Yep.
just wanted to
Yep.
get that clear. My other question to you is, with respect to the women that you're talking about, are you referring to both married women and single mums that are not married in your general observations? And if so, is it about a 50-50 mix of each, or are there more unmarried single mums that you are concerned about?
Some women can be married, but I think there's a high rate of single mothers as well. I mean, I think it all depends on, and this comes under this assumption from when they go into the hospital. You know, it's up to the assumptions of the nurses and doctors who they're reporting and having those children removed, whether they're married or not married. But I think a lot of it is, like I said, is when there's that one lot of family in care, they look at the other lot of families, the other children that are coming in. Look, truth be told, when I had my first son, the first thing they said to me is, we'll take your son as a foster child. My son does not even have his father's name on the birth certificate, even though I had someone, because they wanted to foster him and take him away. I said, no, I've got a large family to support me. And so I said, I'm leaving. I went home and straight away to my family because I was in fear of them wanting to take my son away. It was not the first one. It was, you know, also the second one. But so it's the assumption of maybe, I don't know. So I think the assumption of looking at how people are or what they are doing, or if they're Indigenous, there has to be a lot of conversations within the health system as well as you know, who they're assuming should have their children removed. Like I said, I'm educated, and I've also been a target of the system.
Thank you for that. All right, is there any other questions from committee members? If not, Ms. Kramer, did you have any other comments that you wish to make that perhaps we didn't cover?
Yeah, I'd just really like to thank you. I think that this is really a time to look at change. I know that the government at this process is really looking at women's health, has provided for contraceptives and has made so many things available, but we really need to look at the most vulnerable women who we sometimes forget about, and how can we support them, and how can we start eliminating and bringing and having children removed continually. And like I said, we've got to stop going into a fourth generation now of children being removed, and this is time to make a change. That's why I spoke about the Family Act in the United Kingdom, where they're targeting the most vulnerable women, and this is you know, to be able to come for me to address this and for you to listen to me. This is a time that we need to all work together and stop another generation of children going into care. So thank you very much.
Thank you for appearing before the subcommittee today. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with if you need to make any transcription changes to that, please advise the Secretariat, and we'll be happy to do that. I don't think you've been asked to provide any additional information, but if there's anything you want to add to any of the answers you've given us today, then please forward that to the Secretariat by the 3rd of June. That would be very much appreciated.
I will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this session is now suspended until what time are we coming back? 12:30. We will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from the National Rural Women's Coalition to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee? Who wants to go first?
Kelly McDonald, Chief Executive Officer of the National Rural Women's Coalition.
Charlotte Boyer, Policy Writer for the National Rural Women's Coalition.
Okay. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. Not so much for our benefit, but for anyone hearing, they can't see who's speaking, so it just helps them understand who's responding. I'm Tony Sapio, I'm the Chair of the Committee, I'm from South Australia, and I'm going to move to my colleagues.
I'm Claire Clutterham, I'm the Federal Member for Sturt, also in South Australia.
And I'm Senator Dean Smith from Western Australia.
And Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair and around Ipswich in South East Queensland.
We may have Senator Lisa Darmanin online if she joins us. She was with us this morning, so I'm not sure if she's going to be able to come back, but if so... Lisa, you're online?
I'm here.
Good.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement and then we'll proceed to some questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee. I'd just like to introduce myself first. I am Kelly McDonald from the National Rural Women's Coalition. I am a rural woman born and bred. I live on a farm 75 kilometres from the closest town, which is Gunnedah in northwest New South Wales, on Kamilaroi country. I'm also a small business owner, so I think that I'm really well placed to be able to show the experiences of women living in rural, remote and regional Australia. And I'd also like to just get my counterpart, Charlotte, to introduce herself.
I'm also a living rural woman. I come and live on a farm in regional New South Wales, just outside of the town of Boorowa, which you might know, so 4 hours from Sydney. And grew up in the city, so have both perspective on the city and the rural context.
Thank you.
Thank you. The National Rural Women's Coalition would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work, gather across Australia, and particularly to the people of the Eora Nation where we're meeting today. We pay our deep respects to elders past and present, and we honour the enduring strength of wisdom and leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women whose connection to land, water, culture and community has sustained generations and continues to guide us today. I thought I'd tell you a little bit about the National Rural Women's Coalition. We are a national advocacy organisation representing women across rural, regional and remote Australia. We bring together a coalition of peak member organisations across sectors including agriculture, health, local government, transport, fisheries, and work with an extended network of state and national organisations, rural women of course, industry stakeholders, to ensure that we hear from and work with the diverse range of rural, remote and regional women and girls across Australia, including those on our islands and of our oceans. Our role is to amplify the voices of rural women and to ensure their experiences, opportunities and barriers in conjunction with evidence-based data are included when and where national policy and decision-making occurs. The Australian Government has been a global leader by taking the progressive step to ensure that gender lens covers all new policies and budgeting. But in that process, we want to ensure that 1/3 of the Australian female population's unique needs are included by including also a rural lens. The National Rural Women's Coalition focuses on advancing gender equality, social inclusion, economic participation through our work and with the Office of Women and by advocating with and to other stakeholders to help ensure that rural women in all their diversity are included in this space. Our evidence is grounded in lived experience of women across rural, remote and regional Australia, whose perspectives are critical to the understanding of resilience, productivity and sustainability. Rural, regional and remote women play a central part in sustaining local economies, food systems and community resilience, yet they face structural barriers that limit their participation and leadership. These barriers have direct implications to labour supply, productivity and the long-term sustainability of regional communities. They also have the implications of national security, as communities with stronger inclusion, participation and local leadership are better equipped to respond to crisis, adapt to shocks and maintain social cohesion. Our submission focuses on how Australia can strengthen its contributions into advancing gender equality internationally, particularly through foreign policy, while recognising the importance of strong domestic alignment. The National Rural Women's Coalition has long believed and has been actively advocating with the Australian Government for international agreements and commitments like the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, an agreement establishing the Pacific Island Forum. We know that by signing these international commitments, Australia is improving the lives of rural women domestically and internationally. For example, in 2018 at the Commission on the Status of Women, the theme was empowering rural women and girls. That year, as part of the agreed conclusions that 193 member states signed, the Australian negotiators, with the support of civil society, agreed that rural women should have access to clean drinking water for domestic use and sanitation. This was a huge, huge win by the Australian Government, but also for rural women everywhere, because this agreement was made during the worst drought in Australia's history. This was where country towns in Australia, not only on the west of the divide, but also on the east of the divide, had run out of water completely. So by signing this national agreement, rural women would have access to clean drinking water. This was supported by the Australian Government, both domestically and internationally, and this keeps this on the agenda by having this as part of an international agreement. A central message for our work for rural women must be the clear focus of advocacy, policy, action and funding to realise the economic and national security benefits of gender inequality. We welcome the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry and happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McDonald. Mrs Boyer, did you wish to add to that? No, that's fine. I'm going to kick off with this question, and I appreciate that you've given us an outline as to what the National Rural Women's Coalition does and the issues that you're trying to tackle. But I'd be curious to hear from both of you what got you involved in the coalition and why, because that to me might answer some of the questions I have about the gaps that need to be filled or the issues that were being faced that you thought that you could make a contribution towards.
Thank you for that question. I feel like I live and breathe the National Rural Women's Coalition as a rural woman, living on a farm, having a small business and coping with the things that happens out in rural Australia. I think we innately understand the tyranny of distance and lacks of access to certain services. We live out there not because it's just in our blood and in our DNA, but also because it's what Australia needs. We know that 85% of the GDP comes out of rural Australia, and I'm proud that the items that our farm produces is part of that GDP. It's a lifestyle that is hard and tough and has its challenges, but has its joys as well. And I guess as part of the NRWC, I'm really keen to make sure that the rest of Australia understands some of those opportunities of living in rural, remote and regional Australia, and we encourage more people to come out to the regions, but also understand what you're signing up for and how simple changes and solutions, community-led changes and solutions can be made to make things better for all Australians, but specifically those of us living in rural, remote and regional Australia and very, very remote Australia, because it's different.
But those differences would also apply to men, so why do you think that women are perhaps particularly impacted by living in regional?
I think in rural Australia we still live in fairly patriarchal society spaces, and those things are changing. We're seeing a lot more women get into agriculture. I think agriculture now is, 37% of the agricultural workforce is now made up of women. But only 12% of them ever make it to being CEOs. That's the largest gap in any industry in Australia. That's significant. So organisations like the National Rural Women's Coalition brings that to the attention of government and tries to come up with the solutions for that. One of our member organisations, Australian Women in Ag, are actually running programs to get more women on agricultural boards. So they are building capacity for rural women to be able to take the step up to local, regional, state and certainly federal positions on those boards. So there's this huge disparity. Rural women are impacted by domestic violence more than any other women. We're 43 times more likely to end up in hospitalisation because of domestic violence than those living in metro cities. 43%. So, like, there are huge disparities between the lived experience of a rural woman and potentially those of a rural man. We volunteer more. I believe that we are the fabric that keeps rural communities together. What would you say, Charlotte?
Yeah, and I would say with that being the fabric that keep the rural communities together, which are such beautiful, rich communities to be part of, that the level of unpaid contribution, unrecognised contribution, assumed contribution in a society that continues to value what is paid for in a monetary circumstance is increasingly difficult for a woman in rural areas. And I would say that as women are getting pulled, as we all know, we're in a society now where two parents have to work to support a family. We're looking at rural communities that used to exist, the whole towns used to exist on these women doing these unpaid roles. And now we've got two people having to work and these communities having difficulty with that. And I'm like, it's things like that women can see what's changing and what they can't do or what they're trying to do and work and do everything else at home as well. So it's a unique experience. And I would say that when we talk about vulnerable women's groups, we quite rightly, we talk about First Nations, we talk about migrants, and of course a disability and many others that are incredibly important. But we should be talking about rural women as well. As Kelly said, the statistics support it, yet quite rightly, you asked the question, why is it any different? And that shows that we haven't yet communicated the vulnerability of our group that exists. So I think that that's the reason why it's so important. And just to add my own personal, you asked why did we come here and be involved in the NRWC. I have a background in policy, and as I said before, I grew up in the city and have a lot of corporate experience, and then moved out to the regions and realised living it how it's the same old story that we've heard time and time again about decisions being made for people who are not involved in this decision-making process. And I couldn't believe how much policy was being made for those in the city and not rurally. And I had heard it in the city, and I'd been in the public service, I'd been outside it, and I knew that. But when you live it, it's very different, as you all know, for things that you have lived yourself, which is, I'm sure, why you're in politics, because you care about things. But things like you come down to the school buses and who's doing the netball committee, who's doing things that are the fabric of our societies, and then drought policy, everything really, and not being able to have a voice, and then sitting and working in for corporates who are getting funded to do programs and evaluations and things for government, quite rightly, but them doing them on rural issues and having no rural voice at the table. If it was a First Nations issue, they would be talking to a First Nations, they would be having lived experience. We know that about policy now. You have to have the voice. But that rural voice is not at the table, it's not in the room helping do the work. And so I saw that I had a unique opportunity and value that I could offer for having lived something and being able to contribute a skill set. So that's why I was there.
Thank you to both of you for that, because as I say, that gives me a really good appreciation of the issues that you were facing and why you're sitting in front of us today. Yeah. Dean.
Thank you very much for your participation. You talked in your opening remarks about the importance of multilateral engagement, so encouraging the government to sign an agreement with at the United Nations level, etc. What participation or what involvement do you have in sort of more bilateral projects and exercises, between Australia and perhaps Papua New Guinea or other Pacific Island nations? What's the level of your engagement, involvement with other sort of like organisations at a more grassroots level throughout our region?
Unfortunately, we're not funded currently to do international work. We have been certainly in the past, but under the current funding arrangement, we're focusing totally on domestic, which is interesting that we're here today. But in the past, we certainly have. But I think that experience of working on those international levels has taught us what I was saying in my opening statement. What's important for rural women here in Australia and what Australia signs up to internationally reflects both ways. So you can't ask something to happen in the Pacific that you're not doing here in Australia. You can't ask Australia to be doing something that you've made somebody else do. So making the government walk the walk and talk the talk, I think, is really important because it elevates both of us. And there are so many, I think, things that are very similar. There are also differences, of course, from the experiences of people living in rural Australia and those living in the Pacific, for example. And 43% of women population across the world work in rural ag spaces. So we've got a lot of sisters out there and a lot of things that are quite common, I believe. But right this very moment, Senator, we're not working with anybody internationally, other than WISER, I'm sorry. So one of our organisations, Women in Seafood Australasia, do work internationally with, certainly they have team members from New Zealand.
We have heard during the course of the inquiry the importance of economic participation as a stepping stone or as a point of leverage for, greater, women's empowerment. What examples do you have of how economic, improved and expanded economic participation improves the voice or experience of women?
Yeah, so I lived in the Pacific Islands for 2 years prior to this position, working with women, and I think, so obviously I will come back to those examples because I have a deeper knowledge of that area, but I think that a really good example, which I'm sure you've probably heard about already, is the importance of rural women contributing to the food security. And as Kelly said, there's a huge amount of rural women. The stats even higher in developing countries for how many are involved in the agricultural sector. They're fundamental. If you take food security away from a nation, what kind of economic or security issues are going, of course they're going to increase. So I think it's foundational to ensure that women are like, that's, you talk about the stepping up and the engagement. We're talking about situations in developing countries where they don't even have access to tenure of land. They don't have access to capital. They don't have access to even being the person financially responsible for the cash that's coming into their home, yet they are the ones running the farms selling at the markets. There were huge issues during COVID in Pacific Islands to do with shutting down of market stores and women not being able to get the funds to support their families. So that's an example, I guess that's an example of the agriculture and the food markets.
I think economic security also provides women with confidence, which then relates into well-being. You can afford better food, you can afford to go to the doctor, you can afford to not worry about paying your rent, because all those things, like the flow-on effect of economic security, can also mean the difference between staying or not staying in a domestic violence situation. And I think these experiences are the same for women living here domestically and those living internationally. So economic security for women is quite imperative.
There's research that shows that women's control over income is associated with improved dietary diversity, nutrition, health and educational outcomes, which we know strengthens long-term human capital formation. So I'm like, it's that foundational security at a family and home level that is so important.
In some evidence yesterday, we heard about the importance of attitudinal change, and it was made in the context of how some women might have less progressive views about the participation of women in politics, the participation of women in the economy, what sorts of activities women should and shouldn't do in their own community. Here in Australia, have you experienced, what's the right word, reluctance to change, or reluctance to have a more progressive view, reactionary responses to improved female participation? Have you seen it in any of your experience internationally? And more importantly, what is the right way to respond to that? What's the right way to educate?
Do you mean women having?
Yeah,
you mean women having that?
I don't feel like women have. I don't feel like women have a reluctance. Women have a choice, and they need to be given the choice. So you don't have to go to work if your choice is not to go to work. We've got a system in Australia that supports that, and if your family environment is your choice is to stay at home with your children and raise your children, that is your choice. That's not a decision not to be empowered. I don't think they're the same thing.
The importance is the choice.
The choice. The choice is
to be offered the choice. I think from an international, firstly, I would agree with Kelly in a domestic context that it's about the choice. And so the attitude of I'd like to stay home with my children, just to use a stereotype. Yes, I know people like that, but the choice is the point that matters. And then from an international context, I would say that, so if I've been brought up in a culture which is patriarchal, and every generation I've known there's been family violence, and that's just the way it was, and I don't know that the outcomes of that are so damaging, then I'm sure that there's a lack of understanding and perhaps a resistance to change. That's what I found when I was in the Pacific Islands, is it was an understanding of you don't have to live like that. You don't have to live in a family violence situation, and then talking to many men who had been in family violence situations as children, who are now, members of Parliament, and them then saying, you say the stats and you say this is why it causes damage and this is what it does, and you can see them nodding their head in agreement, yeah, that is what I've experienced. So yes, I think it is so much of this gender equality and family violence is about cultural change, and of course we always have to be careful with culture and which bits we preserve and then which bits we attempt to change. But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't always be opening up choice to people.
Thank you.
I'll go to Lisa next and then I'll go to Shane. Lisa, can you hear us and do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just following on from that discussion, do you think, this question of choice, and perhaps I think the example you gave around growing up in, a kind of generational experience of family violence, perhaps I think what you're trying to say is that often people don't know they have a choice and that there is a different way. Do you think that in terms of kind of addressing challenges like that and in changing and shifting cultural norms, do you think from your observations for rural women, do you think there's lessons we can learn about how things are different in a rural setting? And if so, what are they?
I think some of that was covered in my question to you earlier on, but if there's something more you want to add, then please feel free to do so.
I think domestic violence in rural settings can often be hidden, particularly because people live in isolated situations and their access to services, whether it be the police or whether it be women's specialty services, are often far between. Not every rural town in Australia has a policeman. We don't have 24-hour policing. There can be issues. I have the deepest respect for the police force, but there can be issues in small towns that everybody knows everybody else's stuff. So I think there are big differences in women's experiences in rural Australia. Potentially, you're never anonymous. As I said, it can be hidden. No one hears you scream out on a property. There are those problems with domestic violence, and it tends to be higher, unfortunately, in our towns that are a mixture of mining and agriculture. I don't know if anybody's ever worked out why that is, but it does seem to be. The statistics show that they are higher in those places. The answer is definitely community-led. It has to be, and it has to be led with male allies. We need to continue the support of victim survivors, but we also need to make sure that we stop the funnel of violence by addressing why the perpetrators are perpetrating and what is happening with men and their violence, because we know that the majority of violence that is happening is violence against women by men. So I'm not saying there's not other forms of violence, but the high statistics is men creating violence against women. But I do think it needs to, again, community-led, local answers for the particular community in which that is happening. Because it's, again, in rural communities, we are a diverse group of people within rural, remote, regional and very remote Australia. And locally, I think we have the solutions. Urban solution is not always a good fit for us. So, yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you. So I guess that then really supports, I think you've got some recommendations, or you certainly talked about this earlier around having a seat at the table and really having voices of rural women in whatever forum is relevant in kind of addressing those things. Yeah, okay, sorry, that's more of a comment. The other question I had, I guess going to that seat at the table and representation idea. what sort of data do you think we should be collecting when it comes to questions around improving security and the economic position for rural women?
Thank you, Senator. I might just go back to the comment you made before. The other reason why we know that rural women need to be at the table goes back to some of the big fires that we've had and like some of the climatic disasters that have come across the country. And we've learnt from those and learnt that in rural communities we react differently. People can be stoic. They don't necessarily come to where the help is, that actually help needs to do outreach. So we've just learnt so much from those disasters, which is why we know that they have to be community-led. You can't bring someone from the outside to come into rural communities and say, this is all right, we're going to fix you up, because that's just not how it works. Rural people work on trust. The handshake is still, and my word is still quite a strong way of communicating between rural people. And also rural people rely on rural people they know and people they don't know, but rural people, because that's how we've survived some of those big climatic disasters, if that makes sense. So you may not know the person 2, 3, 4, 5 doors down the street, but they know when your house is flooding, they're going to come in and help you lift everything up. And I think some of those things are uniquely rural, just a rural, and that's why people want to come out and live with us, because we do have that sense of community, no matter how big or small our little rural towns, our towns are.
So you talked about kind of, I wondered if you were asking before about the lessons we can learn from rural areas. And I think that that's what Kelly's saying, is that there is so much we can learn and there's so much value, and internationally as well. We talk about, increasing mental health issues and a lack of connection, an epidemic of loneliness, all kinds of things. And one of those things, we might be all, not all, but a lot of people rurally might be isolated out where they are, except that they're proven to be less isolated than those in metropolitan areas. So I would say that internationally as well, in my experience of the Pacific Islands. So I do think that there's incredibly valuable lessons that can be learnt from rural women as well, specifically. The other thing with that is using those valuable pillars that exist, and that goes to the community-led and the fabric of the community that the women build, both internationally and domestically, and that can be used to try and address some of these key core structural issues that still exist rurally. And as Kelly was saying, some of the women are often the frontline responders in climate disasters, yet are shown continually to be, and more so in the Pacific Islands, shown to be continually unrecognised and unpaid for their responses, and not involved in emergency planning, or and then also not funded in long-term capacity afterwards to build back up their communities that have had such devastation from these incidences. So there's, the way that involving that, you were talking about voices and leadership and getting women at the table, is that making that more formal, and in Pacific Islands even having them there at all, because they're often not there at the moment, having a voice about how to build back up their rural communities, not just their urban ones.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Shane?
Yeah, my question relates to the last point that Mrs. Boyer made. It relates to terms of reference 3 and 4, which talk about national security implications of undermining gender equality, locally led leadership, the women, peace and security agenda. You say on the last page of your submission, Australia should act domestically by embedding the WPS objectives in emergency management. And the last 2 decades, if you think of a country town in southeast Queensland, there's a really good chance I've represented it. Something that I think, Mrs. Boyer, you did some work with Nick Biddle in terms of volunteering Australia in a report back in 2022 from memory.
Yes.
And it was about volunteering. Now, my observation is that women tend to volunteer enormously in the aftermath of emergencies. They really they do much better, in my observation, than men in terms of looking after evacuation centres, providing almost pastoral care, practical things like washing the sheets and caring for people, delivering food and preparing meals and all manner of things, a whole bunch of things. But when I look at those the local management, almost no women at decision making, almost none. And in terms of the prevention, even on councils, you'll tend to find the male councillors are the ones that are allocated those committees, not the female ones, unless there's, say, a mayor. So I'm interested, your emphasis is on volunteering, but I want to see decision-making in terms of gender equality. So I'm interested in what we need to do at that local level. Is it local government work? Is it policy, embedding that in emergency management decision-making and leadership?
I might start, if that's all right.
Yeah, go for it.
So I often think when committees are being formed that they don't put a gender lens over it before they start. So, you know, they're going to have a meeting and it's going to be during the witching hour when mothers are trying to get their children into bed and they're thinking about lunches for the next day and our uniforms clean and ready. That's a really bad time to be having a meeting, a paid one or a volunteer one. Yet it seems to be that's what we do it because we do it after work.
Yeah, 7:30 at night
That's
or something
right.
in the local community hall.
Exactly. So, like, I think that initial planning of those needs to have that gender lens put over it. Is this a time, place, environment that is actually welcome to everybody in all their diversity? So is this being put on the right day so that it makes sure we get the right people in the room at the right time, right people in the room? Is the room set up to have the right people in it? All of the people that should be in the room. And when we look around the room, do we just see a whole lot of D personalities because that's what happens during disasters? Or are we looking at making sure we've got the whole matrix of people in this room so that what we're going to get is a really good outcome that represents all of our communities? I think that is not done right at the beginning. And if it was, then they would be a lot more successful and they would have a lot more women involved in them. But if you put on a meeting when childcare is required and it's at a silly time because nobody can get childcare, or it's when, you know, something else.
Also in rural towns.
Mostly in rural towns because we've got
can't get childcare.
Yeah, we've got a childcare desert in rural towns. You know, do people have to travel back in? Have they put it on during harvest season when, you know, women are out, you know, on chaser bins and organising trucks? Like, I think those sorts of things have to be taken into consideration when these are being formed, because we do know women volunteer, and exactly like you're saying, we were there on the front line as much as we can be. We are seeing more and more women on the front line, particularly in firefighting, which is absolutely fabulous. And so there needs to be a structural change to make sure that that equipment is made ready for us so that we can lift it, adjust it, change it, because our body structures aren't quite as big.
And clothes that fit people.
Thank you.
Because the number of people in SES and rural firefighters, etc., who say to me that they're not fit. They're not fit for women's bodies.
Fit for purpose. Exactly right. So I think we know we need to do these things. Now we just need to do these things, and we need strong people to understand that you can say, yeah, I want to be on that committee, but you can't be holding it at 6 o'clock at night because that's not a great time for women.
And I think that goes back to what Senator Smith was saying, is that when we want to talk about the culture change, it's still like it's proven that patriarchal situations are more heightened in disaster response. And so we domestically and internationally, you can say that happens. So then it goes on extreme. And that's not to say that women aren't doing the work, they are, but it's just that they're not recognised on a more like heightened level. And so I think it is that culture change of those people, of the leadership or person organising in every step of disaster response, preparation all the way through to recovery, is saying that gender lens, have we got the right people in the room? And then exactly what you were saying, Mr. Newman, about having the recognition of, okay, this is what we normally look at when we look at disaster response. We look at the firefighters, we look at the disaster management, we look at the frontline people, the people that we're, but what is the bigger picture here? Who are the people that once that fire goes through that farm, who are the people that are running those extra services to make sure that that family that's lost their house is getting food? Who and then continuing the funding for it, for those community-led opportunities that are already existing. There's some really great evidence around natural community-led structures that pop up after disasters, but then them not getting that funding to continue on to support their own communities because it's considered, oh, well, that's probably, this is my assumption, that's probably just what people do out there, you know. But actually, as we were talking about before, and this is part of that work on volunteering that I did, is we've got a bit of a crisis with volunteering happening in Australia. It's that it's decreased the capacity to volunteer. Volunteering is decreasing. And you can see, I would imagine that's only going to get worse with the cost of living pressures and everything else that we're facing. And so, again, we're looking at then how are we valuing that in our society and recognising it so that we're not just expecting the fabric of country communities to keep existing when on nothing, on air, when there's no time, no money, no anything else, yet we're just expecting it to exist. So we need to be recognising the full picture of preparedness all the way through to response, which includes a lot of the women's unpaid and unrecognised labour.
I actually think we should put the WPS lens across our disaster ready fund that we provide $200 million a year. I could give you a perfect example in my electorate where I think the Queensland government has not focused on that issue whatsoever, and if they did, they'd realise they should be funding an evacuation centre in this area.
Yeah.
But they're not.
And maybe if there's something that we know, if we know that during disasters domestic violence increases and straight after, then why doesn't every committee have a specialist on domestic violence so that is being managed right from the very beginning all the way to the end?
And this is something we can learn internationally. They know that very well in disaster response, but we haven't seemed to catch on to that in Australia as well yet. I'm sure there's areas where it is working.
I'm going to move over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't have a lot of time left, so I've got about 1 billion questions. I'm going to ask one and then a couple on notice, if I may. So, Ms McDonald, in the start of your remarks, you, I think, described remote and rural communities as being still quite patriarchal, and I just wanted to understand what that meant in terms of the needs of women and what is exactly the sort of the problem that needs to be solved there, and is it different to patriarchal systems and processes in urban areas?
I think it's definitely different, rural to urban, straight away. I think rural Australia is still seen that stereotyped, ruggedness, resilience, and I use that word very carefully, and that is because of the tyranny of distance, but the climate and the conditions that people need to work with to be able to do what it is they do. So often we see that our councils have male-dominated councils. We see top jobs are still held by men in our rural towns.
Almost all CEOs, almost all mayors.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. So that makes it patriarchal because their thinking is patriarchal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's just a bit further behind.
Yep.
Is the honest.
Yeah.
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 And I don't think
that's
that doesn't
perfectly
mean there's
fine
not
answer.
progressive
Yeah.
thinking out there. And
Yeah.
I don't think that that means that that change isn't happening and that there aren't great people living in. There are great people living in rural Australia, well educated, moving forward, very progressive, very innovative. We wouldn't have some of the best agricultural land being done the way it is if we didn't have innovative people. I'm not saying that at all, but structurally we're still working probably in a more dated.
Yeah, and I understand. I lived in the Middle East for a while, and like Doha was 10 years behind Dubai in terms of its thinking,
Exactly.
its levels of progressiveness, for example. So it's kind of in stages.
Yeah.
Thank you. My second question was just about the role that you see for local sporting clubs, like the local netball club and football club. So I grew up in the country. I don't claim to be rural. I live in a town with 4,000 people, so not to the same degree, but, you know, country girl. And the footy club and the netball club was the heartbeat of the community, and people would come in from the blocks and the farms, you know, to socialise and connect with each other. Is there a role for sporting clubs which have existing frameworks, you know, facilities, leaders, to, you know, instead of having movie night or drinks night, you have domestic violence education night, just to put it on a very, very high level. But do you see those existing structures as having a role to play in the community-led response to issues like domestic violence?
You want to go ahead? You go.
I've literally had this discussion in my own community in the last few weeks. And we were talking about mental health, actually.
Yeah.
But again, an incredibly sensitive
equally.
topic. And there was a debate in the room about, well, do you pull those, that we were talking about the footy club, into this area, or do you let them do the footy club? And we didn't come to any clear conclusion, except that I think that you have to be careful how much you ask from one organisation. The footy club, the netball club, those other clubs, they can't be everything to everyone. And I think if you start pulling on them too hard, their core falls down. So it's the same as like any other business. If this is your core business, because I've seen a lot of that. Oh, this is a really successful NGO. This is a really successful small business in the town. Let's tack everything onto it, and that doesn't work as well. The other thing is that I have found resistance from those clubs, understandably as well, to say we just don't think that's our role. And we're still at the stage that if you said we're having a domestic violence night, I don't know how many people you would get in the room.
Yeah.
So you still have to paint it up as find other ways, I think, to engage with community that are less pointy and less blunt and more soft.
I understand that, and I guess people, you know, you don't want to turn people away from playing sport because that's a huge part of physical and mental health, which is particularly important in remote communities.
Hugely.
So I just want to go play netball. I don't want to listen to a seminar on.
But then I think the leaders in those organisations is where if they are walking into club rooms and they are building up, like I know in our town, and I'm sure in Gundar as well, the women's rugby and rugby league are amazing, awesome, and the leadership around that is so wonderful. And I'm like, and that for the men's leadership around the women's as well. So there's this, and having that gender lens at that leadership level. So perhaps that's something, Kelly.
I agree with everything you've said. I do think, though, a lot of rural towns are really struggling with their sporting teams. We're seeing them close down, and again, they're really relying on volunteers for those committees, and there's a lot of red tape around a lot of that now in terms of compliance, insurance. It is really crueling a lot of small social groups. Often what does have in our regional centres, which I think is really good, and perhaps this is where some of this could be stepped in, is so when the rugby league comes to town, it pulls in people from whole regional areas to come and see these Sydney players or Melbourne players play in our, in our little regional towns. I think there's a place there for that part of, as you're saying, that leadership role of saying, I'm a strong male model, role model, thank you. And this is what I believe in, and because people want to see those people, those influencers, and then model themselves off it. Whether it's a netball team coming to a town or whether it's a rowing team or a sailing team, I think at that more national level, when they come out to rural Australia, they have a really big opportunity to really role model the best behaviour and the best of who we can be.
Yeah, thank you. And my final question, if I may, Chair, thank you, is just there's reference in your submission to workforce shortages, and it was in the same paragraph as talking about informal employment and insecure seasonal, work. And that its impact on women. Maybe on notice. Could you just explain further what you meant by sort of workforce shortages and how that affects women in the rural and remote context?
Well, a really easy one is childcare centres. If they can't have the proper workforce in a childcare centre, then there's not the childcare places. Yeah. I would say, I think currently the number is, and I'm worried because Hazard's repeating this, but I think it's 85,000 short of nurses in rural Australia. So what happens then about caring for people that aren't well if they can't be in hospital because the beds aren't there? Aged care is the same. Like
teachers.
Thank you, teachers.
Understand the perspective now very clearly. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair.
That's fine. We've come to the end of our session. Is there any closing remarks you want to make before I just wrap it up?
I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to speak to you and for you having a look at our submission.
Can I thank both of you for appearing before the subcommittee and for your submission? I think it's been an interesting discussion, actually. I don't think you've been asked for any additional information, but if there's anything you feel that you need to provide the committee, can you do so by the 3rd of June 2026? And anything you provide will appear as a public submission, and it will be on the website.
I suggest that you might, on that disaster ready stuff, if you want the WPS, Tony, involved in that, if you can think about ways that women could play a role, rural women, in leadership issues, in particular in disaster, as opposed to volunteering.
Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you.
And you will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today, and if you feel you need to make any adjustments to that, then again contact the Secretariat and we'll follow it up. With that, once again, thank you very much and good luck with your work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We will suspend just momentarily and come back on air in
We're
just a
getting
moment.
one photo every day.
the hearing. In the hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative, and I welcome representatives or the representative from the Scarlet Alliance Australian Sex Workers Association to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
I'm Mish Pony and I'm the CEO of Scarlet Alliance.
Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'm Tony Zappia, the chair of the committee. I'm from South Australia. I'm going to go to my left today, not my far right.
Okay, I'm Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair in South East Queensland.
Yeah.
I'm Claire Clunham, Federal Member for Sturt in South Australia.
And I'm Dean Smith, Senator for Western Australia.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement if you'd like to, and then we'll go into a discussion.
Thank you.
And sorry, Senator Lisa Darnaman is also online with us as well.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I'm speaking on behalf of Scarlet Alliance, the Australian Sex Workers Association, the national peak body for sex workers and sex worker organisations across Australia. Our work is grounded in peer-led health promotion and advocacy to achieve social, legal, political and economic justice for sex workers so that we can be safe, self-determining workers and fully participate in our communities and economy. This inquiry rightly recognises that gender equality is not only a human rights issue, but a structural condition for national resilience, democratic stability and economic security. The evidence before you from researchers, women's rights organisations and security experts shows that gender equality leads to better decisions, more effective crisis management and higher public trust, all core elements of national security. Sex workers are highly impacted by gender inequality through criminalisation, stigma, and the absence of consistent anti-discrimination protections that limit our access to justice, healthcare, safe workplaces, and stable income. These are not only individual harms, they weaken labour market participation, undermine Australia's world-leading HIV response, and entrench vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Regionally, gender equality is not just a social good, it is a structural condition for resilient institutions, effective crisis response, and a stable, rules-based Indo-Pacific. Australia's success in the response to HIV has depended on sustained investment in peer-led community-based organisations with sex workers, people living with HIV, and other key populations. Regional evidence shows that when gender inequality, criminalisation and stigma prevent those same communities from accessing services, HIV and other infectious diseases drive long-term social and economic costs and increase humanitarian and mobility pressures in our region. Treating gender-responsive, community-led HIV programs as a core regional, national and economic security measure is squarely within the terms of reference on economic growth, labour markets and regional stability. From a regional security perspective, laws and policies that criminalise sex work or frame sex workers' livelihoods and online presence as inherently harmful push already marginalised workers further underground, away from health systems, oversight and support. This corrodes rather than strengthens the region's preparedness for future crises, whether pandemics, climate-driven disasters or rising authoritarianism. Our key messages to the committee are: first, recognise sex workers and other criminalised and stigmatised communities as essential partners in delivering gender equality, not as security risks to be managed. Second, understand decriminalisation of sex work, strong anti-discrimination protections, and investment in peer-led services as gender equality reforms that also deliver concrete national and economic security gains in health, labour markets and social cohesion. And third, ensure that Australia's foreign policy and regional security engagement explicitly backs community-led gender transformative approaches, including for sex workers and other key populations in the Indo-Pacific, as part of our contribution to the Women, Peace and Security agenda and to a stable, rules-based regional order. Gender equality that does not reach sex work is neither complete nor secure. By centring sex worker-led solutions, the committee can help ensure that gender equality as a security imperative reaches some of the region's most marginalised women, and in doing so, strengthens health security, economic stability and human rights both within Australia and across the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Mixed Pony, thank you for that. I'm just going to ask this very simple question. The issues that you just outlined, I think it would be generally understood throughout the community, because from my experience in life, people understand the difficulties sex workers face, both here and abroad. Can you point to any country where you think that all of the concerns that you've put on the table, and there's probably others, have been better addressed?
You know, I would say Australia is a world leader, purely because the rest of the world is doing so poorly. So pretty much every other country in the Indo-Pacific region explicitly criminalises sex work and sex worker activity. There's still some criminal penalties against sex workers within Australia, with South Australia being the most criminalised, and Western Australia, Tasmania and the ACT also having criminal penalties. And so that creates structural barriers to sex workers, predominantly women, accessing justice, health and other support services. New Zealand is a theoretically completely decriminalised country, but it does prevent temporary migrants from doing sex work. So if you're a temporary migrant in New Zealand and you're found to be doing sex work, then your visa is cancelled and you're detained and deported. And so that is not equal decriminalisation to all people. And I should say temporary migrants who have working rights. This isn't about temporary migrants without work rights in New Zealand. Yeah, so Australia is definitely a leader. We could do better, but I think we are also a beacon for our region into how this is done well. And I think by, I don't want to use the term exporting, but I will, like exporting our success into the region gives greater regional security.
I appreciate that. I'm going to go to the Deputy Chair, Dean Smith, and then to Claire.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your participation today. Just for those that are not completely aware, what are the core elements in Australia's response to HIV/AIDS that have made it world class, that have given it such sort of high positive recognition?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Australia's response, again, to HIV in all affected populations is world leading. We have some of the lowest rates in the world for sex workers, men who have sex with men, people who use drugs or inject drugs. The success is the partnership between governments, researchers, clinicians and community organisations. And so community organisations that are run and controlled by their respective communities are essential to Australia's HIV success, because we have trust with our community members, we know what's happening on the ground, we know what their concerns are, we're able to take that on the ground lived experience and feed that back up to researchers and government, but we're also able to take high-level government policy or data that has been collected by researchers and translate that into information that is readily accessible by our communities. We also were able to replicate this during COVID. So during COVID, we already had those strong linkages with our communities who historically distrust government because of previous criminalisation. And so our communities look to us for reputable health messaging, not to broad-based government messaging. And I think that was, widely recognised during COVID, that it is community organisations having those conversations directly with their communities that is a more effective response. Obviously, broad-based campaigns are still essential in reaching the general population, but for us to have direct linkages with community to say, this is an issue, you need to be aware of it. Here's where you can get vaccinated and not be face stigma and discrimination.
In the Pacific region, particularly, people could be excused for thinking that there are some significant cultural and religious barriers that stand in the way of even a discussion around discrimination, criminalisation, and stigma. Are you able to point to any positive progress, any positive steps in the Pacific region, particularly?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you've heard from Health Equity Matters yet, but they are working specifically in Fiji and have been having a relationship with, I think it's the Pacific Consortium of Churches. And so they are able to find champions within churches who are able to have those conversations, particularly around HIV with their communities and framing addressing stigma and discrimination as a barrier to HIV testing, prevention and treatment. Religions and churches haven't always been the obstacle that people might assume they are, particularly in relation to drug use, sex work and men who have sex with men. There's always been a spectrum of, some churches that aren't going to move on that issue, but then other churches who do see HIV as an issue and are willing to come to the table and be educated and learn and hear from community members that they might not have listened to before, and then lead to better outcomes and to reduce that stigma and discrimination.
A final question from me: how has the trajectory or the trajectory of HIV infections changed over time, and why, when we are considering issues around gender equality, etc., should we be very focused on how the pandemic has changed in our region?
So within Australia specifically, we have seen very remarkable progress in reduction of HIV transmission among Australian-born MSM, so men who have sex with men. We're not seeing those same gains replicated in overseas-born men who have sex with men, so those rates of infection are either stable or increasing. We've also not seen a decrease in transmission amongst women, heterosexual women. They've never been a significant slice of the pie, but as Australian-born gay men transmission decreases, then they are actually, that slice, even though the numbers are stable, the slice of the pie is increasing.
As a proportion, they
exactly.
are increasing.
And we know that, for instance, women are often diagnosed much later, so there are more health consequences. So, the time between HIV transmission and then having a doctor or a test confirm that you are HIV positive is much longer than it is for other populations. That's within Australia. In the region, we have the second largest growing HIV epidemic in the world, second only to sub-Saharan Africa. Fiji, the epidemic there, skyrocketed post-COVID. It originally was concentrated within injecting drug users, but since then we have seen it transform into a more generalised epidemic. So it's not just concentrated in what we would see as the key populations of, gay men, sex workers, intravenous drug users. It's now, pregnant women are presenting to clinics and they're being detected with HIV as part of their prenatal testing. So that's a huge concern. Papua New Guinea has always had, unacceptably high levels of HIV. Australia did have significant investment within PNG working with key population community organisations up until, I believe, 2014, and then that investment scaled back And then the epidemic kind of exploded again, and now Australia is scaling up its investment in the region. And of course, this is all taking place in the backdrop of UNAIDS withdrawal and the Netherlands pulling out of global philanthropy. So, you know, most of the countries in the Indo-Pacific, their domestic countries don't fund community-level organisations. Those organisations have predominantly relied on international aid funding, and that international aid has significantly dried up in the past three years.
Thank you, Chair.
Claire.
Thanks, Chair. Just have 3 questions. Just staying on the topic of HIV, and I think in your submission it mentioned a global median of 66% of sex workers receiving treatment for HIV out of 32 reporting countries, which is, you know, not a great statistic. Are the issues primarily lack of access to treatment, so no treatment available because of funding or whatever, or the stigma, I don't want to go and get treatment, because I'm ashamed or what have you, or is there issues of refusal to treat sex workers because of the way that they have obtained this condition?
Yeah, it would be a mix. So when we're talking globally, for instance, I know in PNG there were massive supply chain issues of, you've got clinics in the cities, but if people live very far out in what we would term remote areas, then it's very difficult to go back to the clinic and get your medication. There's very high levels of stigma against people living with HIV generally, and so there's a huge fear that if people know I live with HIV, I will be excluded, people won't want to be near me. There's a lot of myths around HIV transmission that still proliferate in the region, but also in Australia. So people will be worried that if I look after their kids will get HIV. And so if you feel that you need to hide that you are HIV positive, you're going to feel you need to hide your medication. Those are pills that you take every day. How are you going to manage that? Particularly, when we're talking about countries that it's, multi-families within the one dwelling, it's not that there are secure hiding places for your pills. When USAID shut down, it was effectively clinics across the world that would be giving people antiretroviral medication, shutting their doors overnight, and then their countries had no mechanism to then take over the distribution of medications. And again, there's also the issues in accessing testing or treatment for criminalised populations. You're worried that if you go get a test or get treatment and it's written that you're a sex worker, then that will be used against you in the future. You could be, arrested, locked up, etc. Yeah.
And so just on criminalisation, which is sort of my next 2 questions, across the Indo-Pacific, is the criminalisation framework, it's to criminalise the sex worker or, both parties, or is it so predominantly directed at the sex worker, which I would assume is predominantly women then bearing the brunt of that framework?
So it is very different by jurisdiction. Sometimes it's not necessarily selling sexual services that is criminalised, but it is the range of associated activities. And that's also the case in South Australia. So it's not technically illegal to sell sex, but it is illegal to be on the premises used for prostitution, or it is a criminal offence for prostitutes to gather. And there's also, solicitation offences. Yeah. So whilst, sometimes it is the selling of sexual services that is the criminal law, but there's also often a range of other laws that criminalise sex work. Generally, even though the penalties might, on paper, apply equally to clients and to sex workers, it is generally sex workers who are targeted. Generally, because, if you're a police officer, it's easier to collect, to charge a range of sex workers in one hit than it is to charge the clients of sex workers.
Yeah. And so on the New Zealand example of decriminalisation, what has been the outcome of that? And I guess primarily from the perspective of sex workers and more, safety, low incidence of violence, health issues. But are there lessons that other jurisdictions can learn? And I'm sort of getting at, like, the sky didn't fall, right? It didn't fall.
Yeah.
What can we learn from that?
So New South Wales also decriminalised in 1995, so I'll talk to both.
Yeah.
It is that there's no evidence that the size of the sex industry increased. There's no evidence that trafficking increased. That's another concern that people often raise. There's no evidence of, safer sex practices declining. There was no increased rates of STI or HIV transmission. And in fact, there's reported increases in access to health services and testing because that stigma and discrimination no longer applies. There was also, in New South Wales, the major impetus of decriminalisation was rampant, police are taking bribes, essentially.
Corruption.
Corruption, thank you, that's the word. So it was the Woods Royal Commission that uncovered a lot of bribery and police corruption. Also in jurisdictions where it's criminalised, there's a lot of police violence against sex workers. So police are often a perpetrator of sexual violence and physical violence against sex workers because the police know that the sex work is criminalised, and so they're not going to be able to report to police because they're undertaking illegal activities.
Okay, that was very helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sure. Most of my questions have been asked already, but I'm just interested. I can understand why the risk of HIV epidemic in the Indo-Pacific poses a risk to those countries. Tell us about the implications there to Australia's security.
So Australia has a target of virtual HIV elimination by 2030. That's not going to be achievable if we're in a region which has high HIV prevalence unless we are wanting to implement hard borders, which I don't think we want to. And, Pacific countries are a major, not just Pacific, Indo-Pacific countries are a major source of migrant labour for Australia that we need for a range of industries.
So the PALM scheme for a start.
Exactly. The PALM scheme, the insurances under that don't cover sexual health. And so, PALM scheme workers are actively disincentivised from HIV testing because they're worried that if I get tested and I am HIV positive, I'll either be kicked off the scheme or, people will find out that maybe I got it through having sex with, those range of stigmatised populations. What else? If HIV does become a bigger epidemic in the region, then that puts, significant pressure on the economies of those countries, and that leads to greater instability. Greater instability in the region does affect Australia.
See, we've learned through this inquiry, pretty obvious anyway, that domestic and family violence increases during emergencies, national crisis, droughts, floods, fires, etc. Does violence against sex workers increase during these sort of climate or humanitarian crises as well as natural disasters as well? Is that the experience?
Yeah, I would say we don't have any reliable data on that. We do have, anecdotal data from our member organisations who work with sex workers every day on whatever issues are arising, that, the current cost of living pressures do seem to have resulted in increased presence of sex workers experiencing family, domestic and sexual violence to their services. So that's just something they're noticing at a service level, but I couldn't tie it to some reputable data.
Yeah. The decriminalisation of sex work has been achieved here in Australia in large part through advocacy from the Scarlet Alliance and other groups. And I'm just interested in the prospect of that in the Indo-Pacific region, through contacts you may have. Where is it likely the next reform to be, and what are the barriers and the obstacles?
Yeah, Thailand, seems to be on the path to decriminalisation, although with its with the instability in its government, that is posing problems to chart a pathway forward.
Yeah.
We previously worked in Papua New Guinea up to 2014, and there were attempts to decriminalise then, and it did seem achievable at the time. That was actually an interesting case where homosexuality is still criminalised, and the prospect of decriminalising sex work was actually further ahead than decriminalising homosexuality, which is not the case reflected in most other countries. I would say it's those two countries that have the largest, opportunity, but yeah, not quite sure on the states of decriminalisation in other jurisdictions, in other countries.
Yeah. Thank you. That's my three questions. I was
Lisa, are you still on the line? And if so, you've got the last questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here. Throughout this inquiry, we've heard evidence from a range of witnesses about increasing risks to social cohesion, backlash against gender equality initiatives, and a general rise in the anti-rights movement. So I was just wondering if you could reflect on the experience of sex workers, your members and representatives within kind of that context, and whether you've noticed changes to I guess what you're seeing in relation to sex workers. And has there been an increase? What's the situation for your members?
Thank you. So I would note that, the anti-rights actors who attack, trans rights or are pushing for a more quote-unquote traditional sense of gender roles are also the same people who attack sex work and try to undermine the decriminalisation of sex work that we've either achieved or are trying to achieve. One notable example is the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, Reem Al-Salem. She's explicitly anti-trans and explicitly anti-sex work and pushes for the Swedish model, which is the criminalisation of clients, that has a lot of data that it actually increases violence against sex workers. We've also noticed the anti-rights ecosystem is made up of, very conservative right-wing agendas that do also attack sex workers and pornography. So porn producers or porn content creators are sex workers. And so you just need to look at, the Project 2025 agenda that does explicitly talk about sex work and pornographers, porn producers as detrimental to society and detrimental to gender roles. So we do see this within Australia, mostly around debates in online pornography and its harms. And this is being taken up by a range of, advocates, well-meaning advocates in the consent and sexual violence space. But those discussions on pornography often lack nuance and aren't based in reputable evidence. They're mostly around fear-mongering, I would say. We've also noted that, the same people who are trying to roll back abortion rights in, say, South Australia are also the people who have tried to introduce the Nordic model or Swedish model legislation of sex work in South Australia and are opposed to the decriminalisation of sex work. So these anti-rights networks are working across multiple issues at once, and that does impact sex workers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And so noting, I think, what you said earlier about Australia being a world leader, but, perhaps, the comparisons, weren't great. That's a very bad paraphrasing of what you said. But is there kind of specific approaches for your members that other countries have taken to try and address this issue in particular that you think we should take note of?
So yeah, we definitely share our work and campaigning strategies with our partners in the region. For example, last week there was the Women Deliver conference down in Melbourne, and we had around 10 sex worker activists from the Indo-Pacific region who were able to attend, facilitated by our regional network, which is called the Asia Pacific Network of Sex Workers, and I'm also on the board of that. So we do collaborate across countries and share strategies, as well as, you know, have the debates around what is the legislative model that works best for sex workers that is demonstrated to have the best social and health outcomes. In terms of strategies, you know, it's all very context dependent. You know, it's not that we can say, here's a model, a template we used in Australia, and it's definitely going to work in your country, because all countries have, you know, very different legislative models. And if you don't have the rule of law in place in a country, then, you know, a legislative reform isn't necessarily going to solve everything. But no, we definitely collaborate and share our successes and, you know, strategies with our colleagues. And that is something we were doing in the previous round of regional funding up to 2014 with Fiji, Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And maybe just finally, one of your recommendations is to support Australian diplomatic engagement to promote evidence-based approaches to sex work, gender-based violence prevention and HIV response in regional and multilateral forums. What do you see as the main barriers around Australia's diplomatic engagement in these areas that need to be addressed if we were to really ramp up our efforts here?
Look, I'm not a foreign policy expert, but I do know that it's a bit of a faux pas to tell other countries what legislation they should import or apply. So, you know, that is one barrier that I'm not arguing we should overcome. But I think, you know, the barriers are that organisations that are best placed in those countries to have those conversations with those governments are not funded. So they are extremely hampered by their ability to engage in legislative reform processes within their countries. And I think that's something that could be addressed at, you know, an embassy level, maybe embassies, Australian embassies in those countries having meetings with, you know, for example, the sex worker organisations that are already there, and then, you know, working together for to support one another.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Lisa. Well, that brings us to a close. Mixed Pony, thank you very much for appearing before the subcommittee and for your evidence today and your written submission. If there's anything you wish to add to any of the answers that you provided to us today, can you forward that to the Secretariat by the 3rd of June of this year? And please note that any additional information will also be published on the website as a submission to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the subcommittee today. And again, if you feel you need to make any corrections to that, contact the Secretariat. With that, I thank everybody for participating and I declare this public hearing closed.